Freaka TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2023 GSL Season 2.
Hey, I feel amazing.
What's up, everyone? We are here in the GSL Code 8 and Code S, and the round of 8 starts now. We're off to a great start.
I was gonna say, what year is it, Tasteless?
I know. It's the round of S. Code 8 is what I was trying to say. Tasteless here with State, obviously here in the round of 8. Very excited to go into this. We've got a lot of Terrans here today with one Zerg. Are we going to have more Terrans advance in what's already been a very heavy Terran year here for GSL? Or are we going to have one Terran and one Zerg move on?
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a tough group for Solar to advance out of with three of the best Korean Terrans, three of the best Terrans in the world, you know, frankly. And I think it's going to be an uphill battle for him because, you know, it could be kind of a blessing and a curse playing ZVT as your only matchup in a group because on one hand, it's the only matchup you need to practice coming into this. So, you know, Solar's been grinding ZVTs pretty much since their group was announced, right? But on the other hand, you know, every Terran's also going to see how you play on each map against all the other Terrans, and they can adjust on the fly.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of different openings when you just have one matchup to play in, which might sound counterintuitive, but yeah, in a GSL, each of the players can evaluate you as you're moving through the group and try to make their own micro adjustments to play against you here. It's been a very good year so far for Terran. We're going to see how Terran heavy the Final Four is going to be, but as we go into the round of 8 here, we're rapidly actually approaching the end of the tournament. We're going to finish this week. Then we've got the Final Four and the finals just a week after next, this Thursday, I should say. So
that's pretty much the half point here for Season 2.
Yeah.
Two groups left and then finals day. So
it's crazy,
winding down very quickly. I mean, it's all high speed from here.
It is. It is. TVT, by the way, has been an interesting matchup. A lot of important decisions to be made right as you go into mid-game. A lot of different builds. It really does reward players with a lot of creativity. So I'm looking forward to unpacking the TVTs that we're going to have here, as well as, and we'll see how many TVTs we get, maybe 2, maybe 3, if we're lucky. So if you want to join us here, you can get your tickets online. We do have an audience filling the space up. We're not selling tickets out either, though. So if you want to come watch GSL while it's back in the studio, and by the way, thank God we are back in the studio. So much better to have an audience here. Purchase a ticket. It's about, 8,000 won, so that's about $6 US, give or take.
That's barely over $6, so a very good deal.
Another way to support the GSL is to donate. You can do that through a Freaka TV directly with Star Balloons. You can also go to the Patreon and support there. The more you support, the more perks you get. And this is the nature of GSL right now, and I think it's probably going to be the nature of a lot of esports here with, games like ours not getting the same kind of direct support from publishers. We've gone to the viewers instead and asked for you guys to help out.
Yeah, and the StarCraft community has really come together, not just for GSL, but for a ton of crowdfunded tournaments throughout the scene, both in Asia and around the world. So, heartfelt thanks to you guys. Without you, we wouldn't be in the studio. This wouldn't be possible. And of course, all proceeds from the Patreon go directly to the prize pool up to $30,000. Everything after that rolls over to the next season of GSL. So you're directly supporting your favorite players too. Already $18,500 raised. And I think at the end of this month, we should crack 30K with what the Patreon is at, which should top out for Season 2. But of course, I mean, don't let that deter you from supporting and subscribing to the Patreon. The perks are phenomenal. I mean, getting the replays in particular is such a clutch thing. And a season like this one, too, the games have been so spectacular from Group A all the way through Group T and the round of 16. And now coming into the round of 8, it's only going to get better.
Yeah, and having those replays, being able to open them up and actually see, in a way that you can't really see with the VOD, right? Exactly when each player saw what and how they made their decisions. And you can use that, to just entertain yourself. You can use that to build it into your own play. There's a lot that can be done there. So we're going to be hopping into Group A here for the round of 8 in just a second. But first, a quick overview.
Yeah, so the round of 8, the group drawn, so nobody is playing their opponents from the round of 16. So Group A has one player from Group A, B, C, and D. Group B has one player from Group A, B, and C, and D from the round of 16. 2 first-place finishers, 2 second-place finishers. That's how the groups were drawn. And, the winners of these groups are going to advance into the top 4. They're basically booking their ticket to Finals Day here, right now, this Tuesday, this Thursday. All going to be decided then.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. We're already here now. The round of 16 was a blast, but the round of 8, man, it's hard to even know who to root for here. I guess I know to kind of root against Terrans just because we have more of them, if that makes sense. Group B, by the way, I'm especially excited about. Hero, the only Protoss in the round of 8, but if there were a Protoss who could make it, I would have to imagine it's him, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough position, especially for Korean Protoss right now, because so many top Protosses have retired, and also the map pool maybe not the best for them right now, as we've seen from Season 1 and Season 2. But no, Hero, he didn't quite have the performance we expected from him last season. This season, he's been stepping it up a little bit, although he did look shaky in his PvPs against Nightmare. We'll see how he looks Thursday in Group B, but today, Tasteless, we got to get through 3 Terrans and 1 Zerg, and I really think Solar is going to be up against the ropes because ByuN, Maru, and GuMiho, easily 3 of the top Terrans in the world.
ByuN especially has looked very good. Obviously, Maru is always someone we have to say might just take the whole GSL. He's certainly taken more than anybody else. GuMiho in great shape, always bringing a very different and novel style to the game, very hard to prep against. We don't know if he's going to, do some crazy mech stuff or have some other kind of alternative builds to come in with that. But first, we're going to start this off with ByuN versus Solar.
Yeah, ByuN versus Solar should be a very good match, I think. ByuN, with his aggressive style, should be one of the most explosive TBZs that we get here in the round of 8. And before we go specifically into this match, I want to ask you, who do you think is going to emerge victorious from this group? We've got ByuN, Solar, Maru, and GuMiho.
Well, Maru's a must, right? And then, with the other 3, I couldn't tell you. I think it's really neck and neck. I think anybody who's really confident they know who gets out second is crazy. I think Solar might be in more trouble than we normally expect for this group. It does seem like right now the Zergs are really getting their feet put to the fire. It doesn't seem like Zerg has, at least right now with the player base and the maps are on, the longevity that they need in some of these late game situations to actually basically outlast the Terran and get those closing moves off, which is something that seemed like Zergs were very reliant on in years past. The other players, GuMiho, I always know he's in good shape, but it's very hard to ever call, right? It kind of depends on what he's going to do and how his opponents are going to play. He's always maintained that unique style. And then ByuN, I think he's brought one of the strongest iterations of himself we've ever seen. I mean, he's a Terran that closes it out in mid-game. Those are the scariest kind, right? The ones that just do what they need to do, get the push on, and end it. Terrifying. Anyways, we're going to go into this game now. ByuN versus Solar. A fight to go on to the winner's match here in Group A. The round of 8 for GSL Season 2. Code S. GSL Code S Season 2, I guess. We're kind of out of order today.
Discombobulated.
That's what's going on, man.
The first one of the round of 8.
Yeah. GS Code. GS Code SL. Oh,
Shopify Rebellion. ByuN.
Getting ahead of myself.
We'll get into the swing of things quickly, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be a very good match. I agree with you that Maru probably the favorite to get out of this group, and then it's tough to choose number 2.
Solar.
Personally, I think GuMiho, given his recent form, is probably my favorite to advance alongside Maru. But
talk about a shift in a power here in the GSL. I mean, it's no secret that we've had a lot of Zergs just kind of crush. A lot of Zergs in Maru, frankly. And part of that's because Maru in Korea knows how to beat the Zergs. But, the reign of Dark, the reign of Rogue, that seems to, especially here in 2023, be silenced. Before, we basically always had a season where one of those guys won.
Yeah, now with Rogue not competing and Dark maybe not living up to the expectations we had for him in Season 1. Welcome down to the studios,
Welcome, guys. Enjoy
like
the
that
games.
Shirt. Always good to have an audience down here. It does feel like Zerg is not in as strong a position as they used to be here. And a lot of that comes down to TBZ, and I think also the map pool just seems like it's quite good for Terran. And I'm thinking back to GSLs that we casted in previous years, and oftentimes it was a little bit more difficult, I thought, for Terrans to reach those critical points of getting, 8 or 10 Vespene Geysers up where they can really hunker down for the late game. And also, it felt like there weren't maybe as many opportunities for them to get too much damage done in the early game, besides that one GSL where we casted like 1 million CC first and a 2-base all-ins. That must have happened like 4 or 5 times in a couple of days.
Oh, that became the norm for a little bit.
Yeah, but with that, with the exception of that, I feel like there hasn't really been too much of a shakeup in TVZ up until we got this map pool, and now it seems like Terrans, ByuN is one of those players that's very explosive. We can easily see him end games in the mid game much more successfully than any other Terran in Korea right now. And also you have players like Maru and GuMiho, who especially on this map pool are so good at when they need to hunkering down and playing the late game and just setting up for an unbeatable, I don't want to say composition, but a defense that's so cost efficient where they get to a split map and then it's difficult for Zerg to really make anything happen.
I was wondering, I guess it's not going to happen, but I'm just going to say this anyways. I was thinking, you know, if ByuN plays the style that he's known for, if any player was going to try to punish it, I was guessing it would be Solar. He's very good at setting up to get the upper hand, actually, I think a lot earlier than most other Zergs. But we don't see it this time around. And, you know, it doesn't mean that he has to do that, but I thought maybe if there was going to be a chance of it, it would be here in this series. So we'll see if he can do anything. Right now, ByuN is doing the build that basically he's made his name on here in this season. It's 2 Raxes at the entrance with Reaper pressure that's just slightly more enhanced than if you had 1. And this forces the Zerg to react and respect the threats of Reapers and not, you know, be as free as they normally are. And, you know, it seems to have served ByuN pretty well. I will say, the last couple times we watched ByuN play, it didn't seem like there was a snowballing amount of damage, which it seemed like there was in some of the other games we had of him playing here.
Yeah, and an interesting take on his opening this time here on Babylon as he went for a 2-on-1 with a really fast third command center. So ByuN really gearing up to play a high-tempo mid-game here on 3 command centers. As Stimpack now is started, these Reapers did scout that hatchery. Solar earlier in the game made a really clever play of sneaking out a drone right in the blind spot of those Reapers and hiding it behind the mineral lines there at that third base. So when the Reapers were checking for your hatchery and trying to intercept the drone that would go and build it, they actually missed it. So Solar able to get the hatchery a little bit earlier than he would have otherwise, and he's going to be happy to have a little bit of a better saturation, faster creep spread. Should help him a lot tempo-wise.
Yeah, already a pretty good setup here. We've got the stim starting up now. And notice that, you know, he didn't commit to that many Reapers. I mean, that is one of the features of the build is you're, with the position of the barracks here, you're able to kind of toggle how many Reapers you want at any point in time. So 3 is like literally the bare minimum you would get out of the build as far as pressure before you go right back in Marines. In other games that we casted, sometimes the Reapers kept being made.
Yeah.
And that means that you can really create a lot more threats, but it also means that you're not making Marines. You can't both be making Marines and Reapers out of the barracks at the same time. So interesting to see that ByuN very quickly dials back into more of a core unit set that's going to bolster his push when that time comes.
And I like this play by ByuN too, just making 1 Banshee, not getting cloaked, moving across the map, almost using it like an oracle here to try and slow down creep spread or, you know, prevent the Zerglings from killing these creep tumors. And this is going to be, of course, a good harassment tool here for ByuN and a good map control tool, but also it gets some indirect damage done on Solar immediately as Solar has to throw down 2 Spore Crawlers, 1 in the main, 1 in the third base, just in case ByuN is, you know, perhaps going for 2 or 3 Banshees with Cloak. And that's not what he's doing. Behind it, he's just pumping out medevacs now. He's getting his siege tank production underway, double engineering bay also underway, and he's finally moving across the map. So I'm liking this setup here. The game plan for ByuN seems very solid, especially now that he has this group of Marines with stim, and those Reapers are still alive. There's an opportunity to get some damage done here.
So he's going to tear down these rocks. The Bane should be finishing before the Marines can really generate too much of a threat here. In fact, they're going to finish just on time. And ByuN, I mean, so far so good with the control here. These are slower Banes.
Really nice grenade hit too. Actually able to pick off Queens as well as focusing down the high energy one, so no transfuse, able to pop. Picks off a good number of Banelings and then picks up all but 2 of those Marines.
Yeah, only losing 2. I mean, the amount of damage that was done there, it's hard to quantify. I'll say that. I mean, Queens, so many Lings and Banes were picked off. And the fact that he basically lost, like, what, 100 minerals worth of stuff?
Yeah, 4 Marines and 3 Reapers. I mean, those medevacs got away. They only had 2 more slots.
I forgot about the Reapers, excuse me.
Well, I mean, that's the best way to trade them out, though,
sure,
right there. Is,
they don't have value later on.
Of course. Very cost-efficient trades here for ByuN. And keep in mind, behind this, he went for a really fast third command center. So not only is he keeping the pressure on Solar, but he's keeping it off his side of the map. And he's macroing very well back at home. He's powering with 3 more barracks, 1-1 upgrades are going to be completing very soon for him. His armory already close to complete, and just continuing to ramp up the pressure now as these siege tanks are coming out. Baneling's speed only about 3/4 of the way done, so there might be a window here, especially with how active ByuN has been on the map. You know, the creep spread isn't what it could have been.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, with the tanks, I'm actually worried this is going to do a lot more damage than any normal TVZ. The tank spread is really nice. He's got a lot of the Marines branched off to kind of cover the back. The Banes are going to come forward again. Bane speed is about 5 seconds out, which is a long amount of time in a TVZ push.
Yeah, this hatchery is almost definitely going to go down too. You see Solar actually splitting off some of these forces to maybe go for a surround here, but ByuN with a really nice split. Banelings and Lings coming in on the right side will connect with those Marines and siege tanks, but not very cost efficiently, as all of the Lings get cleaned up, and now the Queens also very low on hit points here as the siege tank shelling continues. And, you know, Solar at the end of the day, he might be able to secure this 4th base. I thought for sure it was going to go down, but it was a very expensive defense, and now Tasteless, the reinforcements coming in.
And it's about 1/4 HP over here on that hatchery. I mean, it is about to be popped. Banes are actually morphing on site, which is never a good thing. Other Banes are coming forward. A bit of a mismanage there, control-wise. ByuN looking to, I thought, perhaps impulsively go up into the main. Bit of a misclick, can't get all the infantry unloaded. And yeah, he does manage to target down that one Baneling. He may, in fact, get this hatchery regardless. Another tank comes up here with the rest of the push. I'm like, did you know the tanks can attack not in siege mode? Now we do.
It's a very ambitious tank right there. And the damage is continuing to pile up right now. Behind all of this, ByuN is just continuing to macro at home. A 4th command center already underway. Drones are falling here in the main base. And although Hydralisks are now on the field here for Solar, you got to think that the damage might be a little bit too much. Even with that 4th hatchery standing right now, it is 61 drones to 70 SCVs. The production for ByuN absolutely out of control. And Solar's economy, it's really suffering right now. He has to go and cycle through with 6 more drones as he takes the 5th base down to the bottom left. And those are units that aren't being trained. That's minerals that isn't being spent on Lings, on Hydras, on Queens. Meanwhile, ByuN is just continuing to macro up a massive force, and you got to think that the follow-up push is going to be very deadly.
Now, he didn't kill the hatch. He did get a lot of drones in this. He's ahead in supply, but you want to see those hatcheries fall. It seems like he's mixing the beat up a little bit and going to come down here to the bottom where the creep had its largest reach on the map. 2-2's about to finish. Again, I think ByuN, you know, he's inches away from closing this out. He's done so much damage. He did seem to trip up quite a bit when he had that push that I thought was going to actually kill the hatch. It seems like he overextended and then had a difficult time getting his Medivacs to unload due to a misclick. But this is a tough game. Solar is hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, Solar is up against the ropes right now with ByuN powering on 2 factories. He just threw down 3 more barracks as well, so the production is out of this world. These +2 Marines just absolutely shredding that hatchery in the bottom left. It will go down as the siege to push continues over by the triangle third, and it's battered and bruised from all these earlier attacks, and Solar's committed so many resources to defending it up until this point. And now with the 5th base going down to the bottom left, it's an even more dire position as ByuN ballooning at 175 supply to the 133 here of Solar. You got to think this is almost the end of the road here for our Zerg.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting pulled apart here piece by piece. I think we probably will see him tap out. You know, it's funny, the Zerg has these moments it looks like he might overcome him, but the reality is the supply is so big here for ByuN. And you know what? ByuN won that kind of how we talked about before the game started. He seems to be the scariest type of Terran, which is the one that kills you as you're kind of in the mid game. I guess that was a little bit longer than that, but you get what I'm saying. He crushes you with the push. You never get into that late game where the Zerg wants to go.
Yeah, his mid game is absolutely the scariest, I think, in TVZ right now here in the round of 8. I mean, maybe Cure can hold a candle to him, but it's tough with how well ByuN has been playing, specifically with his 2-rack style on the low ground that he has so many different variants of. I mean, even in game number 1, seeing this really fast 3rd command center, it was 2 barracks, factory, command center, then starport. Solar didn't have quite good read on it, and ByuN was able to just power up with so much macro. The push was nigh unstoppable, as the attrition just really wore Solar down.
Yeah, I mean, he got whittled down pretty quickly. Again, I like the 3 Reapers into immediate Marines. You're not wasting your time at all. Is ByuN going to do that double rags build? Is Solar going to have any kind of counter to it? And if not, I mean, what is the fate of Zerg here in this GSL? Is, you know, Solar not winning here now in this series, he's that much closer to being knocked out of the GSL. We don't know if we're even going to get a Zerg here in the round of 4. We don't know yet.
Yeah, only 2 Zergs alive right now. Solar the only hope for Zerg here in Group A. Dark the only hope for Zerg in Group B. Both of those very difficult groups to emerge victorious from. Solar is going through the gauntlet right now. 3 of the best Terran players in the world. Let's see if we can fight back now against ByuN.
GSL Season 2. Shopify Rebellion. ByuN. Onside Gaming. Solar.
Okay, so right now it does look like it's the same build from ByuN. Which, by the way, he kind of thought this was going to be more of a meta build. It seems like it's mostly just been his.
Yeah, we have seen some Terrans mixing this in a little bit so far here in Season 2, which we didn't see in Season 1. But I got to say, if ByuN just keeps doing this build and keeps killing Zergs with it, I think the meta shift is going to continue to go in this direction. And that's going to be a scary proposition for a lot of Zergs, not just in Korea, but around the world and also on the ladder throughout different levels of play. Is if this is a viable alternative, which ByuN has pretty much solidified that it is, if you can play at his skill level, then suddenly the playbook for Terran gets a little bit wider. And any time you can add some more depth to, more strategic depth, I should say, to any race, it's a scary situation in the meta.
It is. You know, it's funny because this build isn't that crazy.
No, it's not. It
It's
makes
not
a lot
even
of
like
sense.
it's really that new. Like, there's no doubt in the first week of the game being released 12 years ago, people were doing probably openings that look like this. But now here we are. It's 2023. We're about halfway through the year here, and it's like ByuN is saying in interviews. He's interviewed on stage where everybody could see it. He goes, yeah, this is my build that I'm running. I think it's good. He keeps doing it. Everybody knows he's going to do it. Obviously, there's different variations inside the build. You know, so it's not completely predictable, but it's pretty fascinating to see that he's stuck with it. And so far, so good.
Yeah, and up until 210 or so, the build was pretty much identical all the way through with those 3 Reapers going into a command center. And then behind that, we've seen a lot of different variants. We've seen, I think it was a 3 or a 4 racks variant from ByuN and GSL Codas Season 1, where he was able to get a ton of damage done with a Marine push, which the Zerg player did not scout in that game. And then here in game number 1 of this series, going for a really fast 3rd command center with a 2-on-1, was able to not only accomplish a lot of aggression, his Solar went for the same play as he did in the previous game where he sneaks out the drone. This time he's gonna have to go for the triangle 3rd. And that's a little bit scarier here for Zerg, actually. So the fact that ByuN caught that one and Solar really wants this 3rd hatchery is, oh, is he gonna get this? I think with the grenade he's gonna get it. It's so much value from these 3 Reapers, but it is a scary moment for Zerg to take this triangle 3rd here because of the layout on Grezman. This is the most direct path for Terran into your base, and you got to know that the siege tank push or the bio push, whatever comes, is going to come with this as the focal point. And on top of that, the Reaper is able to get a not insignificant amount of damage on that hatchery. I mean, everything adds up, right? How many hatcheries have we seen over the course of GSL this year, both in Season 1 and Season 2, that escape with a quarter or an eighth of hit points remaining? So these Reapers getting at least 10 or 15 seconds to shell away that. That chip damage, it does add up. And behind this, ByuN once again going into the 3rd command center.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, State. The fact that this base, it's so uncomfortable. So, I mean, really, this big kind of butterfly effect moment where the one drone getting killed forces the base down here, which may set ByuN up for a pretty easy mid-game. We'll see. Oh
this
my
control
God.
is so good.
It's crazy. It's insane. He can get the last Ling, right? No.
I mean, that's value, though. A lesser
many
Terran
Lings?
player. That's got to be like 7 or 8 Lings in total, right?
And again, I mean, remember everybody.
9!
9.
9 Lings and a drone.
I thought you became German for a second. 9. This is, it's huge. And again, the Reapers, they don't have any real value later on. So to just spend them in that sense is crazy.
Yeah, and this is a little bit of a different build here from ByuN that we saw in game number 1. If I'm not mistaken, I wasn't paying the closest attention in the previous match, but I think last game it was 2 barracks, factory, command center, then starport, whereas in this case, it's command center and then factory after the 2 racks opening with really fast double engineering base. So a little bit more macro-oriented here for ByuN. And I think that's one of the reasons why he's moving out across the map with these Marines. Not only did he whittle down the Ling count of his opponent by 9 with that phenomenal Reaper control, but also he's leaning into something that's going to take a little bit more time to really pick up steam. So sharking around the map with this small group of Marines like this and not committing to attack, it forces a response from the Zerg that slows them down.
Yeah, the Lings are basically being made too soon. It's a good way to play. You know, there's not a whole lot Zergs can do about it. It's an old idea. Going all the way back to like the first year of StarCraft 1 is like, oh, well, you can kind of make them make stuff before they can get more workers out, but it's a really appropriate move here. I mean, it's a small little tactic that ByuN can employ after already getting ahead by a couple steps from killing the drone, forcing the third a certain spot, and then killing those Lings with the Reapers. So this is really exciting.
Yeah, and with ByuN playing such a macro-focused strategy right now with this extra fast third command center behind this build, anything you can do to delay the growth of the drone count on Zerg's side, and also their evolution chambers or their Baling Nest and all of their tech, really, it just pays in dividends later on in the game because you're going to be the one taking that tempo advantage now as 3 more barracks coming in. Siege tank production has begun. Double medevac production also begun. So this army here for ByuN is going to start getting a lot more developed, and you got to think, oh, ByuN actually opting to go for way more Marines. He's just building an add-on right now with that starport, making the reactor. You don't see that very often. Usually Terran players, they want to prioritize the medevacs here, but ByuN just so focused on the ground army. It's a cool little quirk.
It's is he going to actually go into the main here, or is he just going to drop down here? I was wondering if he was going to do this. This is a very different way to move out here with the initial group, but I kind of like it. I don't know if it's going to get much done, but it is a very cool approach.
Anything you can do to trade these Marines.
Now he's going to come down from this angle. He's got to be careful. He's just going to lose the medevac.
That's very low
man.
HP. He's lucky the creep spread isn't any further down here. Or
my God.
Solar might actually get that. I'm surprised none of those shots popped. I guess barely out of the range. ByuN knows better than we do.
Yeah, well, it's always hard to tell, right, from that angle when they're at the very bottom of the map. Like how close are they actually? But the fact that ByuN keeps all that alive is huge.
Yeah, and now ByuN can actually start to get more damage done. Those 2 medevacs, although they didn't get any direct damage inflicted on the Zerg, they still did force out more units, a little bit faster perhaps than Solar would have liked, and I'm surprised Solar actually didn't pounce on this position with only 1 siege tank leading the charge right there, as it might have been a vulnerability, but suppose Solar does want to wait for Baling speed to actually connect. And keep in mind, ByuN, with that really fast double engineering bay, he already has 1-1 upgrades. 1-1 for Solar, only about halfway completed here. The armory now is completing for ByuN, so 2-2 will be begun momentarily here for our Terran player. And should he start to dampen the creep spread a little bit here in the middle of the map, you got to think that he's going to start to entrench himself towards that triangle third and get something done.
I do think that Solar's in much better shape than the other games. I think he's done a good job. We have a counterattack. Is this a counterattack? I guess, actually, ByuN's pretty ready to deal with this. He's just keeping his small set of infantry down here. I think he's trying to see if he can bait out a counter, because then you just smash that, then you fully push.
I think he's very suspicious of it right now. You're right about that. And he even spots it here with a small group of Marines. And creep spread getting slowed down a little bit here. It's going to make it harder for Solar to get a nice surround on this position. And although, yeah, Solar hasn't really taken any direct damage to this point, except for the 3 Reapers picking up some Lings and a drone in the early game. Keep in mind that ByuN is playing a much more macro-focused style this time around, and Tasteless, Solar is coming in. He's going to break down this position.
Well, I think ByuN kind of bided his time out here, and I think Solar had a really good read. he basically identified, okay, you still only have half your stuff here. Now, this is a good catch. Honestly, this is a pretty ambitious base to take from square one because it's so out of the way. And so, you know, in that instance, ByuN actually takes it. He's in a pretty good spot now, and he's going to fly away. ByuN, by the way, still with a pretty decent supply. I guess the question is going to be really about the next hatchery that's pushed, how ByuN could set up to try to hit that, and of course how Solar could try to dismantle that with what he's got and what angles he can come in at.
Yeah, Lurker Den and Hive Tech now underway here for Solar as he's starting to revitalize the creep spread here in the center of the map. ByuN taking a 4th base back in his quadrant and powering up with yet another factory. I'm sure more Marines, or more barracks, excuse me, will follow that. And continuing with the drops, and the Spore Crawler and the Queen able to tag team and take down one of these medevacs is a nice catch for Solar as he continues to kind of parry all of these attacks coming from ByuN. And now he's maxed. I think he's going to be looking for a fight.
Yeah, well, this is going to be the moment you want to start to dump that supply, right? So you can go right back to remaking stuff. Can you trade it out as well efficiently as you come in there?
Wow, that was
actually pretty good. Pretty good there for Solar.
Yeah, that was a pretty even fight. I was impressed. I thought that was going to go a little bit better for Solar, but ByuN with a really nice spread on his Marines and also very good focus fire with the siege tanks on those clumped banelings was able to trade out a little bit more cost effective than, you know, your Kirkland brand Terran.
So many creeps in there earlier. He was almost able to not kill them all off in the entire scan that was there. I was watching that, like, is he going to actually get this? This is an important moment here because Zerg's not where they need to be. They're almost there, having this much of the map, but ByuN is tactically setting up some pretty cool positions. They're going to be a bit of a headache. He's dropping the main. He's pushing down here. He had a smaller drop up in the north. He's branching off really nicely here, and it does almost seem like at times, ByuN is beginning to win on both or at least one front.
Yeah, Solar's having a hard time splitting up his army in the right configuration to deal with all these small little drops, and now our Viper is on the field. The Adrenal Gland's also coming through as Solar actually going to commit, is able to catch one tank there on the left side, so that's a good win for him, but the drop's just continuing on in the main base. Solar will win the fight out front of his door, but 9 more drones going down, some Hydras trading out here with Lings, or Marines, excuse me, is... It does feel like Solar's got a little bit of momentum back after that last engagement, but still, ByuN on a very nice supply.
Yeah, he's on a real tear here. ByuN does not have a 4th base, by the way. You can really appreciate the problems with... Oh, I'm sorry, he does have a 4th base. Actually, just the bottom below 3rd. I was like, that's crazy he's doing that on 3 base. You can really appreciate, though, that 3rd base and the main, the fact that you can, like, hit that, pick up, drop, go in the main, force him to go all the way back around, and then come back down and drop again. It's really hard to deal with. But that being said, Solar's kind of kept his core bases set up here. He's not into that point where he has enough of an income that he's going to go into a very comfortable spot here in the late game. In that sense, the game is still fairly close. But yeah, ByuN still able to do some work.
Yeah, Solar really wants to establish another hatchery right now, and especially this base right here. This is the reason why Solar was not gunning to take this one before the top right expansion got sniped, is because it's so easy for Terran with Marines, with siege tanks to actually deny the mining from that low ground. So Solar, his economy, although he is sitting 88 drones, not quite what it could be as Vipers abduct that medevac, bring it into range of the Hydralisks, and it drops just continuing on here for ByuN. It feels like this has been his MO, is just to power through with a ton of Marines, ton of medevacs come in, even taking engagements here against these lurkers.
Yeah, you don't see that very often with just Marines, but you know, this base that we just had a shot of just north of this camera shot, it's like a hard base to ever hold, right? It's why we saw Solar expand into the very top right, is that other base kind of sticks out. It's just not a desirable spot to mine from long term. And we're seeing why now. Another big attack comes through. And, you know, there's just every time we pan out and we keep following the fight, there's just always a couple more siege tanks in the back to shell that and make the Zerg think twice about pushing in.
Yeah, this is something that ByuN has done so well this game, is completely keep the creep spread under control. I mean, look at the 3rd base right now for Solar and also that very precarious 5th base. There's no creep spread extending beyond that at all, because ByuN, his aggression has just been so on point, and because of that, he's able to stagger his siege tanks in this fine line off of creep as more Marines taking down lurkers despite the healing coming in from Queens. Wow, this is too much damage.
It's actually kind of crazy, man.
I mean, ByuN is just able to take these very cost-efficient trades despite only being on 4 bases because the creep spread is basically non-existent.
So much of this game actually going back to those Reapers that killed the drone.
Yeah.
Forcing that base at a different spot. I mean, it's wild. We've had another Lurker go down. The Lurker count's never been able to get high enough to where there's just no way to have direct entry. It's never really been siege weapons versus siege weapons. It's been the Zerg trying to get their siege weapons up in small numbers and then getting toppled and the position getting broken.
And there's no Vipers on the field yet either. Both of them got sniped by ByuN, so 2 Vipers now in production is going to make it very hard for him to actually break this position as ByuN again with these pure Marine compositions, just taking out Lurkers time after time after time. And Solar now is down to 3 hatcheries, Tasteless. He's going for a counterattack, trying to get some tempo back on the map, but it feels like ByuN is just out of control right now.
I mean, the Banes are, this is kind of the first moment we've actually seen Solar on this side of the map. Come to think of it, some great connections, some big kills on those workers now, 42 to 73. So a lot more drones, but is it too late? You know, it seems like this is something that should have happened 5 minutes ago, and then maybe it would have been ByuN limping through this game instead. You know, it could be one of the death rattles here from Solar for the time being. It's a position where we still have ByuN kind of pushing through with what little that he has and doing quite a lot with that. I mean, this is a lot more Lurkers going down. I feel like I never cast this many Marines killing Lurkers like this. It's insane.
Yeah, it's a very awkward interaction that just keeps happening time and time again, but ByuN is so good at it. Now the Vipers are back on the field, Solar should be able to dislodge ByuN from this forward position, but you know, the supplies really don't tell the full story right now because 40 of that extra supply for Solar right now, it's tied up in drones that are basically not mining because he's on 3 bases. The main base is effectively mined out. The natural expansion is getting there too, probably only 4 patches left at that expansion. So Solar's economy really not in a good spot. Almost keeping pace here with ByuN, and the army supplies are dead even, so really anybody's game, despite what the supplies might be telling you, is ByuN once again pushing into this position.
But if ByuN loses this army, I think he might end up losing the game. He doesn't have the ability to remake as quickly, but right now these fights are looking extremely good for ByuN. ByuN staying out of range of those Lurkers, continuing to inch forward here with these tanks. I don't think that ByuN wants to pick up and try to dump into the main just yet. I think he wants to actually full-on take a fight. The Lurkers have to make a call here. Does he try to dive on top of this, or does he try to keep inching back?
Yeah, I feel like Solar right now is just playing for time a little bit as he finally has that top right expansion taken.
The Baneling's nest went down.
Oh, good catch, Tasteless.
So, I mean, he has 6 Banes now, and that's it. And Banes are normally, when you have this much of a clustered army that's especially holding its ground, like with these tanks, you kind of want a lot of Banes here to try to you know, obliterate the Marines, and then you overwhelm the tanks. That can't happen.
This
Viper, so we may see like the oh my god. We may actually just see Terran kind of win with a very classical Terran push.
Yeah, there's almost no Lurkers here. The natural expansion, there's just one that keeps getting transfused. That must have been 4 or 5 transfused that popped on that one Lurker. Just anchoring the defense there, and Solar finally decides he's going to pounce on this. The blinding clouds are huge. All the siege tanks falling. I think Solar might have done it, Tasteless.
I think so. The blinding clouds were huge. Chi-Chi, what a game. Oh my god, that was sick.
That was a crazy TVZ. ByuN went from resetting Solar down to 3 hatcheries for an extended period of time. Later in the game, where 2 of those hatcheries had basically no minerals.
Yeah.
And Solar was just able to keep his cool, you know, pivot into a Lurker count despite Lurkers not working for him earlier in the game. He was able to find exactly the setup that he needed and work together with Hydralisk, with Queen's Transfuse, with Viper Abductions and Blinding Clouds to hold on long enough to actually weather the storm that was ByuN. And it all comes back down to that counterattack that he accomplished with those Adrenal Lings, able to get so much economic damage done. This has been a great series.
This has been so good. Again, props to Solar. I mean, he just waited. He was very patient to get those Vipers out. The tanks are bunched up just enough that, that ByuN was not able to kind of recuperate after that attack. I don't know who's going to take this man. Let's see if ByuN, by the way, is going to open up with the double racks Reaper tech here into expand. Lately, 3 Reapers. And how is Solar going to respond? You could see that ByuN did find that hidden drone. That was part of the strat there for Solar to try to get a third up, regardless of the pressure of the Reapers. What does he do now?
Yeah, I think it's going to be something a little bit more close to what we saw in game number 1. It's going to be more aggression coming out of ByuN. I don't think we'll see a 2 barracks and a 3rd command center build quite as quickly as we did here in game number 2. I think ByuN, as a player here in this series, he needs that tempo.
Yeah. Well, our countdown is now started. This is going to be it between these two, at least for now. ByuN versus Solar. Game 3, as it's tied up 1-1 to see who goes on to the winner's match of Group A in the round of 8. Let's go.
GSL Season 2. Shopify Rebellion. ByuN. Onside Gaming. Solar.
$15 hatch.
Yeah. And a depot in the main.
Yeah, both players mixing it up a little bit. Solar going for that hatch before Overlord build with double extractor trick. ByuN deviating for, I think this might be the first TVZ I've seen him deviate from his tried and true 2x on the low ground opening in a long time.
Well, it's a bit of a throwback, right?
Yeah.
We've casted this build many times before. It's going to be command center first. And this is going up against hatchery first. So there's no way Zerg can punish this. So this is going to be quite interesting. Now, this build, I can't remember which season it was, but there was like a whole season where it's like all the Terrans were doing this. And it was so strong, and there were so many variations to the Command Center first build, and it seems to have picked up a year after it was the big build in ASL and StarCraft 1.
Which is funny.
And it was funny because me and our toast, would be casting that, we'd be like, I don't know why people don't do this in StarCraft 2. It seems like it works in StarCraft 1, and then it just started happening. And so, to the uninitiated, you look at this and you go, well, isn't that not safe to get a command center first? I mean, how is that possible? Well, it's because everybody else plays in such a way right now that, you know, nobody's hard countering it. But certainly, yeah, you could just, you know, immediately rush with Lings and have a pretty big punish. But in games like this, and even with builds like Solar's, you can see that you basically go unpunished. And what this does is it lets the mid-game push become a lot stronger, or the third command center come out a lot faster. And so it's kind of like a Terran build on steroids, if that makes any sense. And we already know that we're in a meta game right now where it seems like Zergs are much more susceptible to pushes than before.
It does feel that way.
And so you gotta wonder how Solar's gonna brace for impact when this push comes.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what flavor of CC first ByuN is gonna go for here with this opening, as this is not something he's really mixed into his repertoire much over the course of GSL this year. And it's gonna be a really fast tech lab coming up on this this factory, excuse me, so, It is curious to see. It feels a little odd watching a ByuN game where he's not just building up a massive Marines early on and trying to get something done with, you know, a couple of medevacs out on the field very early. That's actually a Cyclone. Excuse me. A Cyclone coming out. I'm so surprised I almost choked on my words. It's a Cyclone, what?
His first death by casting. Yeah, a Cyclone comes out, which, you know, honestly, if you covered up the IDs, you're like, who is this Tasis? I'm like, it's GuMiho. But no, man, it's ByuN going for that. Again, you know, there's so many ways to play that CC first, but the Cyclone's kind of a cool idea. It looks like it's going to be parlayed with a pretty standard tech from here on out.
Just so many add-on switches right now coming out of ByuN. Liberator as well. This is cool. I think we casted a game like this earlier this season with a Cyclone and 4 Marines, and I can't remember who did it. It might have been Maru who did this as the opening in one of his matches, but I can't say for sure. And I remember thinking it was a very cute little drop. with the Cyclone of those 4 Marines, because there's a lot of targets you can find, like Queens or perhaps this Overlord, although the medevac did overextend a little bit there, so not able to get too much done. There are always these little fun unit interactions that happen with Cyclones this early, especially against a race that's as swarmy as Zerg.
Yeah. We've seen a little bit of this before, too, where it's like kind of this squadron of Marines with a Cyclone, and you try to play a bit of a control game where if the Zerg does overextend, they get punished pretty heavily. Now, back at home, I don't think we had a third command center startup over here. He did see, now that's actually a pretty big catch, because you're looking to see, are there going to be more barracks or not? Well, he tried to hide them, yeah, in the bottom at the natural. So the idea is, let's say an Overseer or an Overlord came into the main and checked, you might think, oh, maybe he's got a third command center. But it's more than obvious now that ByuN is very committed to a 2-base push.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of the CC first and a 2-base all-in play that we casted. I think it was GSL Season 2 last year, if memory serves. It's just a little bit of a different road to get there with a medevac, with 4 Marines and a Cyclone, but the end result's going to be the same. It's going to be ByuN powering with 5 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport on 2 bases, and even just going for only +1 infantry weapons. He's not going to bother getting armor. He really just wants to get the damage done right now. He wants to spend all of those resources onto getting as many units onto the field as possible, and we'll see what he's able to get done. This expansion here on Royal Blood, should ByuN be able to control the creep spread a little bit better than he has right now, and, you know, take out these middle tumors that Solar has established. I could see him getting entrenched in a position that really threatens to take down this base.
That being said, I feel like Solar might be in pretty good shape to try to hold this.
He definitely has a good read on what's coming, but +1 Carapace and centrifugal hooks are very far from completion, only about a third done each.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be too confident with it either. Is he going to try to set up to enter into the main, which he could do?
He might be waiting for +1 and hoping that he has a window before these critical upgrades complete for Zerg. And if he's hoping for that, he would be right. There should be a 15-second window, maybe a little bit more, where ByuN actually has +1 infantry weapons and Solar does not have Baneling speed, does not have Carapace, and some damage can be found. Still no third CC, so this is a very big commitment right now for ByuN.
Yeah, ByuN really not finding anything yet. The first engage is going to be the most important with this. You know, can you kill off enough to kind of leverage your position? All Zerg has to do is wipe the board of this push, and it's a pretty easy game from there on out.
Yeah. If Solar defends this in one fell swoop, I feel like it's pretty much just game.
But it's really going to come down to, you know, the control and are you able? Okay,
oh,
big
wow.
counterattack.
That's a very big counterattack. ByuN is looking, so he's able to evacuate the Marines from this position, actually sniping down almost all of the Banelings. Only 1 remains, gets a nice connection with the SCVs, so many of those are going to fall. Before this, ByuN had actually cut SCV production at 49, so his economy going to be very sparse behind this, and now pushing into the third base.
All right, he's coming forward. I mean, a lot of Marines here. Where are the medevacs with this?
I think they're hanging a little bit back. There isn't a lot of air support here. Only 3 medevacs on the field.
Yeah, not healing right now, kind of just sitting there. I mean, really, a lot of damage was dealt there to ByuN. What you see is what you get as far as what his army is at right now. I think Solar may have actually just outpaced him enough. Another scan reveals that there was a big counterattack, and still is, headed towards the south.
Yeah, Solar's doing so well with these counterattacks right now, as he's just happily sitting at 60 workers, and the SCVs weren't able to build that depot in the meantime. So ByuN, although he has a nice focus fire on this Baneling, there are still a lot of Lings flooding this natural expansion. More SCVs are going to fall. ByuN's going to fall into the 20s of worker counts.
When you have these big 2-base pushes, the way to stop them is with the counterattack. The counterattack is just enough to really hinder the economy to the point where, like, you can't quite recover. So again, the supplies army-wise are pretty close, but the worker count is the real problem for ByuN, because with Solar having 61 workers, he can just keep mining and keep producing and probably therefore keep hanging on. All he needs is an abundance of Banelings to overpower this push, and the game is over.
Yeah, the siege tank count is very low. Marine count, excuse me. The medevac count also very low. And Solar's playing this smart. He knows how much economic damage that he did to ByuN, and he recognizes that he doesn't really need to defend this base right now. He's even content to move on to just 2 hatchery economy because he is still outscaling the Terran at least a little bit. And he's not going to take an engagement unless he feels confident, because he knows that his win condition is just squashing this army. If this army for ByuN dies, it is game over. There's only 27 SCVs on the board.
Now, we've got a push that, I mean, he might get that hatchery that would put Zerg on 2 bases. I'm trying to watch this really carefully, because, like, seems like Zerg should have enough to overpower this, but, you know, we got to see those banelings actually connect.
Yeah, Solar's just playing this very safe, very conservatively. Going to take the triangle expansion because it will take a long time for ByuN to actually pivot over and actually deal with that.
How long were those Marines or the drones not mining? Did you see that?
I have no idea.
That was kind of a scary thing to go by.
I think it might have been the Liberator sieging up there just a moment ago.
Okay.
But yeah, it's hard to say. We didn't get really a shot of it from the observer, but ByuN, up until this point, he hasn't reinforced this army on the map in what feels like maybe 3 minutes. And so the force that he has back at home, although it's very good at deflecting these counterattacks, as Solar once again is going to come in. I would not be surprised to see Solar retreat, but instead actually finding a massive hit on those Marines and then just piecing out. Smart move there by Solar. ByuN, unless he's able to rendezvous this force back at home with his main force on the map, I don't see any way that he's actually able to take on the full army that Solar has assembled.
This is a pretty wild mid-game here. I mean, ByuN he certainly hasn't been remaking workers, right? He's kind of trying to work off what he's got. Solar, right now, I guess just now got a functional 3rd base, but hasn't had one for a while. Okay, a big attack coming in here. This should be, I think, the killing blow. I think this should be what allows Solar to just end this. ByuN did a pretty good job with the trade-outs, loses 1 medevac full of infantry.
Yeah, the economy for Solar is so good, and
yeah,
perhaps if he was able to reinforce that army over the past couple of minutes, that would be a different story. It would be harder to dislodge him from that force, but instead...
But here's the thing. It's the same army size again.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to push out. And there were, you know, the Banes, they did their job, but they were not super efficient. I didn't think they needed to be. But let's see how this next fight goes.
Yeah, Solar might be overextending a little bit right here. We'll see what connections he's able to find, as actually the Lings get a very good surround here on these siege tanks. The Banelings, will they be able to connect with the Marines?
Oh my God, an attack up here is going to take these Queens out, or none of them.
Yeah, transfuses.
Lots of transfuses, yeah.
A couple more in the bag. Solar is able to reinforce back at home now. That medevac barely escapes with its life, and ByuN still with an army supply lead, but 27 workers to 52.
It seems like ByuN is just gonna let this base run on exactly what it has. He's not gonna waste another second making an SCV and just keep trying to push these 2 hatcheries. Zerg has almost mined out the main and the natural. So remember, like, you know, Terran, they're gonna mine out eventually, but probably a little bit later. Okay. He thinks about going into the main. This is kind of wild.
Actually does find an angle to come in, skirting around that spore crawler, so drop does land. ByuN will have to evacuate though. Medevac very low on HP, and I gotta say, Solar, he hasn't really been able to scale that well over the past couple of minutes, and now with no threat of a counterattack and this Liberator on the left side.
Yeah, you know, it's a very specific way to play. He's got Liberators over multiple spots where drones are now not mining.
Yeah, the mining for Solar is basically non-existent right now. ByuN is basically on a 1-base economy, but it's still better than what Solar has. And this 3rd base is going to get taken out.
He's going to take this hatch out. Yeah, you're right. It's going to go down.
Crazy game.
Yeah, I kind of can't believe it. He's going to come in again.
Yeah, Solar once again going to try and engage on this position. Not all the tanks were sieged, as the one in the front just going to basically absorb the damage from the Banelings, and ByuN's going to evacuate this position once the tanks are gone, but Solar with a nice read. Had a good idea that move was going to come, had the Queens in position to actually deflect the drop from landing in the main base, and now ByuN, excuse me, has to retreat with these Marines and kind of regroup back at home, and I feel like...
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh,
so close.
Oh my God. So he keeps the medevac alive. It's 27 SCVs to 45 drones. Now, the main, it literally is, I think the main literally last patch for ByuN just mined out. The natural doesn't have much left. Zerg is expanding again, has a very healthy base at 12 o'clock. Here we go, hold on.
Thought for a moment Solar might actually try and
I thought he
dive
was
this
going to do
position.
it, yeah. I thought he was going to do just that. I think he does deny that. A counterattack comes here.
This counterattack hatching a siege tank is very fortuitous here for Solar as ByuN up against the ropes a little bit. He has to keep more forces back at home, but he also feels like he needs to get this pressure done. It's hard for him to be both impervious to attacks in his natural expansion and also have enough forces here in the front to deal with what Solar has mustered.
I mean, he's spreading pretty nicely. He's going to try to go in here for the full-on surround.
Yeah, Solar's definitely going to engage on this one, I think. And look at the army supplies. This might be Solar finally breaking out.
I mean, there's a lot here. The Banes may just be too high in number, but can the tanks target them down?
Only one siege tank remaining, and man,
GG.
Solar.
That was a sick game.
That was a tightrope walk for the last couple of minutes there, but Solar able to emerge victorious over ByuN. 2-1 in a really fantastic series. That was up and down all the way throughout.
That was a real treat to cast. I gotta say, I'm very impressed. Never count Solar out. He is a survivor. And ByuN, I really respect the decision to just really lean in on 2-base. Be like, no, we're just gonna try to close this out. I am just gonna try to overpower you. In the end, it does not work out. It does not pay off. ByuN is now in the losers match in what is actually a very tough group.
Yeah, this is an absolutely stacked group. Can't wait to see it continue on. Guys, when we get back from this break, these grapes, Maru versus GuMiho, Group A, Match 2. We'll see you in a minute.
Better get your umbrella, 'cause this wind's gonna kill you. There's no stopping us now. We'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. I'm bringing the soul. Here we go. Put your hands up. To be like this, all I got left is my memory. It's the only thing it can fix. I'll change my truth, I'm walking line. I'll plan till the end of time. I fall into the devil's eye, so I can see better. I'll change, I'm walking line.
우주급 텐션, 최고의 토킹, 핫식스 터킹.
너도 탐세봐, 탐세로.
똑같은 하루에서 답답함을 빼면 더 청량해질 거야. 제로처럼. 우리 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 칠성사이다 제로.
여름이 왔다. 마음껏 청량하자. 청량한 순간에 언제나 칠성사이다.
우주급 텐션, 최고의 토킹, 핫식스 터킹.
Round of 8, Group A. ByuN, Solar, Maru, GuMiho. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, Live, 2023, GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at the GSL Group A. We just wrapped up Solar versus ByuN. If you missed that match, you missed out because it was a lot of fun. It was a crazy back and forth every game. So cool. Already showing us just how great the round of 8 is going to be.
And now we're going to move into Maru versus GuMiho, as if today couldn't get any better. This is going to be one of the best TVTs you will ever see, as Maru, I mean, fresh off another GSL victory, a TVT got emerged victorious from a round of 4 with nothing but Terrans. But GuMiho, just quietly over the course of the past couple of weeks, has been getting into such good shape, specifically in the TVT matchup. You know, he's playing best of 7s against guys like ByuN that are going the distance. He's beating Maru in S-tier tournaments. It's going to be absolutely insane. I can't wait to get started.
Now, we should note here, GuMiho is one of the players that does not live in Seoul. Most of the players live in Seoul, or live like in a suburb just outside of Seoul, right? GuMiho, DRG, these guys, they usually take the train up to the studio to compete. And if you didn't know, there have been tons of floods in Korea. We are getting rained on. It's monsoon season right now. And so the trains are actually shut down. So GuMiho is playing from home.
Yeah, not able to make it to the studio. I think I read it was like one of the worst floodings in Korea in like 115 years, just torrential downpour, especially in rural areas. And
so with the trains being shut down somewhat abruptly, GuMiho wasn't able to make it up here. Luckily, we already have the infrastructure in place to do this online, thanks to Season 1.
We trained for an
we
entire
trained for
season.
This. Yes, this is our emergency broadcast. So we're going to get to use this in a real-life setting. So he's playing from home. There is a 3-minute delay, in case you were wondering. So I'm talking to you guys from the future, okay?
It's true.
So far, it's okay.
Yeah.
3 minutes from now, not bad. But yeah, let's see what happens. I think Maru easily the favorite here, but GuMiho's a guy you don't want to count out.
2023 GSL Season 2. Onside Gaming, Maru. GuMiho.
Almost forgot what that green screen behind him looked like
I
before
know.
coming into
We were
today.
talking about, we're like, well, we saw everybody's computer room when we did season 1. Do we remember what it looks like? It's like, oh, that's right.
He's in space.
He's in a futuristic cyberpunk city.
Dystopian towers, just like purple smog, flying cars.
The purple pollution. So in this game, both sides going for their racks and gas, although it is 2 racks here for Maru.
Yeah, 2x Reaper opening probably coming out of Maru is an interesting build. Interesting build order selection. Welcome down to the studio. Good to have you here.
This is going to be interesting. How exactly does Maru want to try to handle GuMiho right away? You said 2 racks Reaper. How ready exactly is GuMiho going to be for this? GuMiho, again, he's always got a kind of different take on all the matchups. With these 2 players together, I imagine we're going to have a lot of interactions right away.
Hey, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just also going to say, Maru is somebody who doesn't really make TVT that long a lot of the times.
No, he's got a killer instinct. I think if he understands the matchup very well, and if he identifies an opportunity to just go and kill you, he will almost always try to capitalize on it, and sometimes to a fault even. I think it was maybe GSL Season 1 from this year, or was the last season of last year. I felt like we casted a couple of TVTs where Maru was maybe even a little bit over-ambitious and trying to end games in TVT, specifically with medevac drops with Marines and tanks very early on 2 bases. Since then, he's toned it down a little bit, but still absolutely a killer in this matchup. If he identifies weakness, he will try to capitalize on it. Better than pretty much anybody else that we have here in this league. So would not be surprised if this game ended just due to a couple of critical moments.
He's got those Reapers coming down. He has an SCV with them as well. And it looks like he wants to try to kill this SCV that's over here.
I should be able to get that pick. But with a Hellion and a Marine, GuMiho should be able to retake the low ground.
There's one Reaper in the middle here. It, for a second, draws away the other Reaper, but eventually it's pulled back in with the group.
That's a nice win there for Maru. He went for a 2x Reaper opening, so it's a little bit more expensive to laser tech, just a little bit. The laser command center just a little bit, but picking off a worker like that and also delaying your opponent's expansion and getting all this scouting information, absolutely making it worth it here for Maru.
Oh, is he going to get this Reaper?
Almost feels like his Reaper's faster.
Yeah, I was like, and as we all know, Maru's Reapers are better than GuMiho's. It just kills it.
Use the microtransactions to get a slightly better loadout on his Reapers.
His Reapers are faster and shoot farther, so that's why he's going to win that fight.
I am glad that's not an aspect of this game, microtransactions like augmenting units or anything like that. It's never really been an aspect of like any RTS, so I'm grateful for that. But just imagine if that was a case. It's like, yeah, Maru, his Reapers are just like 10% faster than yours. You got to deal with it.
I'm like, oh, your Reapers don't jump up? Well, you have to pay for that. You have to unlock that.
It's a $9.99 month subscription.
It's a $15 microtransaction you got to get.
All right, so Maru actually going for a 3rd command center behind this and playing a little bit safe, going for a Cyclone as well. So I guess he's kind of gleaned from his early harassment that this isn't really shaping up to be a game where he's going to find a specific angle that he can come in and just try to sever the head of GuMiho, and instead is going to try and macro up a little bit more back at home and play a defensive game, at least for the next couple of minutes while he waits for his economy to come online. That means that GuMiho might be the one to try and take an initiative should he be able to identify that this is Maru's game plan, but I don't think he yet knows about that 3rd command center. Perhaps this Raven moving across the map will give him an inkling of what's going on, especially if it comes over through the top part of the main base.
All right, so we've got already the Raven ready to come in here, try to chuck down auto turret. He might be able to kill that SCV, making the command center.
Yeah, he immediately knows what's going on, so.
Yeah, probably actually better to save the auto turret, as I said that. Scouting Reaper here for Maru. He's going to get in here, and he's going to see there is no 3rd command center, although.
Great Reaper.
Yeah, it's still here, man.
It scouts all of the production, the starport, barracks, and the factory,
it's
and
like
kills an
SCV. Get out.
Maybe they really are faster. I don't know.
It just does like a Super Mario jump way across like another platform. Like, huh. I didn't know his Reapers could do that. GuMiho's going to move out first. The question is Maru ready to tangle with this?
Yeah, GuMiho scouting the third command center and still not building a third CC back at home means that he's going to try and play a little bit more of an aggressive contain game. And I wouldn't be surprised if he threw down something like another starport or something even here, as we have seen a lot of Terran players heavily lean into air superiority when trying to make pushes like this happen. But GuMiho for now seems content to just kind of mix both Vikings and Liberators along with these siege tanks. And for Maru, actually breaking out of this position is going to be a little bit difficult. That's a lot of siege tanks coming on his side of the map. 2 Ravens as well, Liberators too. So now these 3 Reapers coming back into the main pace for GuMiho, actually getting so much damage done. And I think Maru kind of smells blood in the water here as he's identifying. He's going to send 2 medevacs full of Marines cross map despite this aggression coming in on his command center at the natural expansion.
Oh man, I mean, this is really bad for Maru. Granted, the Reapers did kill some SCVs, but I mean, this is big because look, he can push right up to where those add-ons are. He's going to start to hit the infrastructure. I didn't imagine this game was going to go this direction, but this might be too much to recover from. I think he's going to deny combat shields. He does, yeah.
Wow. That's a wonderful kill there for GuMiho, and Maru's got a lot invested in these 16 Marines on GuMiho's side of the map, trying to get some damage done. He's going to come into the natural expansion, should be able to force the lift and get a good number of SCVs, actually 13 going down. So Maru, despite being on 1 base, does have the worker lead, but you have to wonder, I mean, it's only a matter of time, right, until GuMiho stabilizes back at home. But for Maru, the problem is a little bit more complicated. That's a tough position to break. Multiple Liberators. Ravens still continuing to pile on energy. A lot of siege tanks right below the ramp.
Yeah.
I mean, barracks are falling even.
He's going to try to come in here on the side. And the auto turrets could not be better. The disable as well, the Hellion. Never gets to take that fight.
Man, GuMiho is just a killer right now.
Yeah, I think Maru did a good job trying to slow him down, you know, at the natural. But, I mean, this damage, what are you going to do, man? I mean, all the add-ons are being hit here. Okay, it's now or never. He's going to try to come in like this.
And he's going to drop on top of the siege tank. So a nice angle right now for Maru, but GuMiho just has so much on the ground. I mean, Maru, even if he is able to clean this up with Stim, you got to feel that the damage might be too much. There's basically no infrastructure back at home.
Yeah, are there actually Marines on the ground?
A handful of them.
Okay, there's like 2 or 3, so I don't know that he can even stop the Liberators.
That's right.
He could just basically set up a perimeter where you actually can't get in there.
GuMiho is
Look at this unit interaction, by the way. It's like, yeah, that's how you do it. You just kind of set up your Liberators there so that your Vikings can land on the ground inside that liberation zone.
GuMiho has more Vikings right now than Maru has Marines. I think he could actually just land these Vikings and push and win the game with that, should he choose to. As Maru is going to stick through this a little bit longer, but I mean, the writing is on the wall right now. What a crazy game from GuMiho.
Yeah, I mean, this is really something else. I'm kind of impressed that Maru's even still fighting right now.
Just going to wait until all of his buildings die.
Yeah, he's going to wait until his last building burns to the ground. He's going to be like, you know what? You got me.
I mean, he's just going to try his best, perhaps. Doesn't recognize how far behind he is, but yeah.
God.
GuMiGod. I'm telling you, man, he's going to get out of this group. GuMiho's in such good form right now.
You know, it's a very straightforward start. I mean, you know, quick third CC versus a 2-base aggression. And, you know, GuMiho, a very straightforward push. You siege up, you get in there. Maybe Maru, a little bit of disrespect with the build itself.
Yeah, that was a very greedy third command center coming out from Maru. And he felt confident when he shouldn't have. And we were talking a lot about killer instinct from Maru's side of things, but that was actually GuMiho just identifying with the scout exactly what the setup was for Maru, and then pushing across the map and killing him. And it really felt like Maru, with the tool set he had, there was no answer. I mean, that push was just death. It executed correctly, and GuMiho absolutely did execute.
Maru versus GuMiho continuing on. An interesting turn of events. Maru losing that, and I think that was under 10 minutes. I mean, a very short TVT there. Neo-Humanity is where we're going to go for map number 2 now. Is Maru going to go down to the losers match? That would be insane. That was not in the script.
Not in the script.
And in case you guys are wondering, yes, this is like WWE. It's all not real. No, I mean, seriously, I I never would have guessed that we would see Maru in the losers match. It could happen. I mean, that was a really commanding performance from GuMiho. GuMiho playing solo. Didn't even have to give anything away as far as his play style there. Anyways, guys, this best of 3 is continuing on.
Onside Gaming, Maru. GuMiho.
It's hard to breathe on top of that building, I imagine. It's gonna be cold up there.
It's gotta be windy.
It's gonna be really windy.
Maybe that helps him dry his hands when he's, you know, he's always got that towel.
Yeah, he doesn't need it up there, man. The air just dries it right out.
We got a proxy barracks coming in from GuMiho, by the way. This is the first barracks, not the second one, so a very ambitious proxy.
Staying caffeinated.
I can't do that anymore. A decaf boy now.
You're a decaf guy now.
I'm in rehabilitation, too much caffeine.
I remember coming here to Korea and me and Artosis finding a place that just did like refills on ice Americanos.
Oh no.
And we would just sit in the coffee shop and drink them all day, and I was fine. And now if I have like a second ice Americano, I'm like, oh, I think I'm going to die.
Yeah, back when I was training at the Quantic House and the Star Trail House very early on in StarCraft 2, both those teams were sponsored by Red Bull. And we just had crates of Red Bull and Red Bull fridges in the house.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Because of me, they had to implement a rule 2 Red Bulls per day.
So funny.
I was like 18. I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah,
I was just wolfing them down.
Why would I have water when I could have Red Bull? It's fine.
Water's not going to raise your MMR. Red Bull will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's the same with Hot 6, man.
No, it's true. Now we've got the CC coming down here. In the main, a conservative game, by the way, from Maru. Maru may be suspecting there could be a little bit of danger.
Yeah, he's going for the bunker, and I'm surprised that he's going for this command center still, despite all of this. But I suppose that he thinks, you know, a bunker and the SCVs back at home should be enough to mitigate any aggression, as this isn't a super crazy build coming out of GuMiho. It is just the one barracks proxy with a factory back at home.
The SCV's inside the main. Maru's SCV is inside the main here, GuMiho. So he's going to scout around and see what he can find. And, you know, I got to say, it looked like it was going to be a pretty dramatic build. I kind of thought we were going to have the factory and maybe even a starport put out in the middle of the map. But instead, GuMiho's dialed it back, and I think smartly so.
Yeah, this is nice. It forced a big response out of Maru. Maru will have the faster command center, but it is on the high ground, so he's going to lose production time and mining time, having to lift that one up all the way down into the natural expansion. He had to build a bunker, which, yes, now he has salvaged, but that slows down the rest of the infrastructure there for Terran. It's still 100 minerals that you're not spending until this moment, and GuMiho keeping up with the tempo. He slowed it down, but now he's speeding it back up again with his proxy starport. Cool build from GuMiho. Oh, and it's going to be Cyclones, upgraded Cyclones coming out.
That I can't say I'm too surprised by, although it's a really quick Cyclone upgrade.
I think if Maru had scouted the flying barracks, he might have a little bit more of an idea. It's not the biggest tell when you see that proxy barracks flying in to get a scout off in the main base. But against a player like GuMiho, it's got to be in the back of your mind, right? Oh, Maru's setting this trap. Gumi doesn't notice. Clever.
But, you know, he was just getting started here, so he's going to actually pick off that mine. This is actually pretty sick. The command center can't be landed now. Now, the floating barracks, obviously, it's a bit of a giveaway, right? But that's kind of a good tool in these positions. He's got a really light contain. He can kind of sit out here and harass and poke at this group of units that, you know, it is slower. And, you know, it has a difficult time, especially with ledges and everything else, kind of dealing with this.
A nice
Takes
grenade,
the depot
too.
out. Yeah, I mean, this is all really good.
Maru is very far away from medevac tech. I don't think he even has a starport yet on the field, unless I'm mistaken. He just now starts it, so any damage on these Marines, it's going to add up very quickly.
I'm not saying it's guaranteed, but there's a real chance that if Maru doesn't handle this very well, he could fall apart pretty fast.
It's possible, and I think GuMiho's going mech. He's adding a second factory behind this.
Look at the placement of that. He's going to have to go all the way to the side.
And even then, I think it's still going to get... Yeah, he can't actually dislodge this.
Ooh.
Oh, gonna be so good.
Yeah.
Repair coming in on the siege tank will prevent it from going down, but...
Really nicely done by Maru saving that tank. That is so annoying. That's like just so perfectly set up.
Yeah, what an angle.
The barracks is going to fall. That should be his only barracks, so, you know, he can't make more factories with this. But, you know, the Liberator is really kind of stealing the show here.
Well, there's another one coming out, too. And keep in mind, this all goes back to Maru also being delayed with his tech up, as that starport, it didn't start until this push was already well underway, so the Viking now only just about to pop here at the 5-minute and 30-second mark.
Could he leapfrog this with the Liberator and the Cyclones? Is there any way that he could try to come in?
He might be able to. I'm worried about the Cyclones if they haven't been repaired yet. All right, now this is an angle where Maru should be able to dislodge this Liberator from that position, especially now with the Viking on the field, but oh, he drops a mule to repair the barracks.
Big save there.
Actually, it's really funny if you think about it, watching SCVs and mules repair flying buildings, because you're not even, they're not even in contact with it. It's like,
that's where you can tell Blizzard really put their love in for that. It's like, wow, it really is like cool sci-fi. No, it's like just sitting under the building, repairing nothing. So here we are. We've got tanks coming out in pairs. There's a decent number of Cyclones on the map. Cyclones mean that you can take a fight, but enough tanks means that you can either hold a position or push theirs. So I wonder, is that what he's thinking? Maybe not actually with the third base coming down, because, you know, infantry in small numbers can beat mech in small numbers.
Yeah, but I feel like one of the benefits of what GuMiho did with those Cyclones and with those Liberators is he took a lot of the wind out of the sail here of Maru. Usually, when mech builds get picked apart by bio builds, it happens very early on when you're trying to establish that third base where the domino effect just starts to trigger and the bio player gets way too much momentum. But with how much damage GuMiho got done, and also with how much he slowed down the build from Maru, also forcing him to make a Viking before getting out any medevacs, for example. These are all little tiny things that slow down the system of the bio player. And as a result, that very scary window for the meching Terran GuMiho, it's getting closer and closer to actually closing. And once it does, it'll be very hard, I think, for Maru to actually find any kind of game-killing blow. So this could be one of those TBTs where we actually start to go into the late game with bio versus mech.
It's not a common sight to see the third CC operating for the mech player before the bio player. I mean, that's very unusual. And so the tempo of this game it's going to be very different from any normal TVT we have. We've casted bio versus mech a million times before, right? But this one is going to be a little bit special.
And GuMiho adding in a third starport and a fusion core. Oh man. Armory coming through too, third factory as well. Love to see this from GuMiho.
And the fourth CC for Maru is going to finish pretty quickly, so he's going to try to basically squeeze in the extra base pretty early on and play a game of catch up. Now, I'm not sure exactly when GuMiho wants to activate. You know, he's at 120 supply, so he's definitely not close to a moment where he can really move out on the map, in theory, but again, this game is developed in kind of a strange pattern.
I think with the mech style that he's going for, he's probably going to opt for battle cruisers and Vikings and just have siege tanks anchor him on the ground. If you're going for that comp, I don't see any world where you push out before you actually get maxed.
I think you're probably right.
I mean, maybe you send some battle cruisers a long way around the map, but then you teleport them back home before they actually fall, but that is dangerous, you know, if your opponent has Ravens, for example, where they can disable the BCs. So I think that might be the most aggression we see coming out of GuMiho, and I want to see actually if that scan was able to spot the setup here for GuMiho. If Maru saw the fusion core, then he's going to have a very good idea of what's coming underway. And yeah, 2 battle cruisers. They're coming tasteless. This is a cool build.
Yeah, this is very different. It's going to be pretty wild if GuMiho beats Maru in just 2 completely different types of games.
I'm loving this.
We've got the double armory here for Maru. So he has some plans of his own here.
I think he might recognize that he needs to actually fight this guy in the sky alongside GuMiho.
I think you're probably right about that. He needs to try to match whatever air fleet GuMiho's going to muster. Otherwise, he's just going to be obsolete later on.
Yeah, actually, just look at the unit tab very quickly. Maru hasn't made any more Marines than 16, so he's basically going into mech himself against this. He's doing a very delayed switch into that. You know, because he had 16 Marines, I want to say, you know, several minutes ago. And instead, he's spending all of those minerals on expansions, on building up the infrastructure back at home, and trying to go into his own, basically, mech composition to counter what GuMiho's doing himself. So this is a very cool game, the way that it's shaking out. I thought for a moment that we might see... Well, that's an interesting skin.
I know.
It feels like we're missing some of the chassis here. These BCs should have less HP. Maru's Reapers are faster.
If you
and
shoot them right in the
skin-
middle, they break in half. Like,
It's like a skill shot.
no,
But yeah, this is a cool response from Maru. He's now pumping Ravens and Vikings mostly. 16 Vikings in total. Cool game. I think Maru perhaps identified that because the tempo was on the meching player's side, he was never going to get that window as the bio player where he could actually get critical damage done. And so he made the very smart play. It's like, okay, I'm just going to forego the composition that's not going to scale as well into the late game. I'm going to play mech myself. And now he's going into Accretion Core here at the 11-minute mark. 16 Vikings for Maru, 13 for GuMiho. Maru does have 3 Ravens as well. GuMiho has none on the field. And now the harassment commences, and these BCs came all the way around. We'll see if the disables actually come in. Not able to connect, and based on the angle, I think he actually moved those to reinforce with his army over here on the top right.
yeah, I think you're right. Wow, those Hellions really not getting anything done there, trying to break up into that position. And you know, I can't believe like this one tank and maybe the second one that's going to come up here have done this much damage. It seems like it completely stopped whatever GuMiho wanted to try out. And now we've got the counter push here from Maru.
That's a very tight choke point to push in, as Maru now finally has set up a big siege tank line right there.
It almost feels like Maru's already circumnavigated what GuMiho had in store. I mean, I don't see these tanks doing much damage, at least with the push so far.
Yeah, but GuMiho is pumping Vikings 8 at a time right now, Tasteless. So
Wow.
if he's able to get sky control here against Maru, it's going to be a very scary position. And anything that GuMiho can do to slow down the gas acquisition here for Maru, like taking down this extractor here at the natural expansion of Terran, does a lot, because Maru, he's hurting for gas. He wants to get all these armory upgrades. He's going for a Raven-heavy composition, which, although they are cheaper now, they still do cost a ton of gas. And he's also mixing in Liberators, so these are a lot of gas units that Maru's trying to pump out, and any edge that GuMiho can get in the gas count aspect of the game is going to help him a ton, especially considering, I mean, the starport setup he has at home, the infrastructure just seems superior right now to Maru. I mean, there's so many Vikings and 5 more underway.
A lot more command centers coming down here for Maru. It seems like GuMiho is going to try to shift his play over here into the bottom left, but Maru's very ready for this. Viking counts total, it's 21 to 37, so GuMiho definitely has those numbers.
Oh, I love the medevacs coming in to
Yeah.
take the first couple of shots here. Armor shredding missiles actually connecting with almost all of these Vikings, and now the Ravens coming in for auto turrets and a tank. I think Maru recognized that the Viking count numbers are not in his favor. Actually, Liberators coming in. I mean, with armor shredding, they actually do quite well, I think, in this situation.
I can't believe that.
But behind this, the BC's in the main base of Maru coming back for vengeance. Yeah, armor shredding plus Liberator is actually a really nice synergy there.
So he does that damage, he gets right back out. It's now 15 Vikings to 26. It was like 20
Wow.
a second ago, but they spiked back up. And it does seem like, yeah, GuMiho has that production really on his side here. But it's not a game that it seems like it's clear that anybody's going to take it. I mean, this is a real back and forth.
No, I think we're kind of going into the long haul here. We might even have a split map mech TBT, which it basically feels like you're casting a
Let's
Brood War
do it,
game at
yeah.
that point, right? But just thinking again about how we arrived at this position with GuMiho's very creative build, actually stealing tempo and gaining more tempo than Maru, who fully intended on going bio from the start of this game and then had to pivot his game plan to keep pace with GuMiho. And now we're here in a position where both players are expanding They're consuming their sides of the map. Both of them are stable. It doesn't seem like we're going to get to a position where either of them will get broken anytime soon. It's very interesting how we arrived at this position on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, these BCs are kind of a menace, right? They're doing a lot of damage up here at 12. It does seem like Maru isn't quite able to move to where he needs to go. Could escape before even a shot can be inflicted onto those BCs.
Yeah, those battle cruisers have gotten so much done.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. And you can see even the Cyclone coming in here now, doing a little bit of damage of his own.
I think GuMiho is trying to trade out some of these units to focus a little bit more on the sky. And I would love to see the structures tab just to get an idea of exactly how many orbitals both of these players have, because for now they don't really need to free up the worker supply to build this kind of super army just yet, because there isn't going to come a moment in the coming minutes, I think, where one player should be able to actually push and just kill the other. So they're happy just to play with a higher eco count and start to build up a resource bank, but eventually that time is going to come. We're going to want to work down your SCV count and build an army that's even better. Yeah, GuMiho actually might be pulling those SCVs. I can't tell if they're coming to the top right to gather resources or if they're actually just going to get sacked.
Yeah, I thought he was ready to give them away here. No, he's going to make turrets. You know, I thought this was going to be more of like a diagonal split on the map, but it does appear like it's going to be almost a split from top to bottom.
Yeah, nearly vertical here.
GuMiho does seem to have a little bit of a tempo edge as far as expanding goes. We don't quite have Maru reaching down into the bottom left the same way that GuMiho has reached up into the top right.
And the expansions are pretty much keeping pace with both these players, and even the worker count's mirrored at 87 apiece. Now, Maru has pivoted to a little bit more of a BC heavy composition here. I think GuMiho's just been happily sitting on 2 over the majority of this game, whereas Maru, I think, now has 4 or 5. Yeah, 5 in total. We have to wonder whether he's actually going to be able to get something done with those. I mean, there are 38 Vikings on the field right now for GuMiho, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I do not know how many Vikings it takes to one-shot a battlecruiser.
Yeah, I don't
but
know.
But I feel like 38's enough.
It feels like a pretty high number, right?
Yeah.
Now, a lot of the Vikings for GuMiho are damaged. They've never been repaired. But I think the idea is that you just have a couple of tanks here and you cover this so well. But, of course, the battlecruisers can kind of answer that, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting position, and I'm curious that GuMiho hasn't repaired those Vikings. I wonder if there's some logic that goes into this, or if it's really just something that he's not fixated on right now, because, I mean, you could kind of make an argument that it might not be fully worth repairing those back to max HP, because when Vikings fight other Vikings, they naturally just massively overshot all the time. And so whether you're max HP or if you're at 50% HP, you're going to die from 12 volleys regardless, right? So there might be some logic coming in here for GuMiho. But yeah, they are very bruised. We'll see here, coming in for another engagement. Armor Shredding Missile should connect with the majority of these Vikings, and indeed it does. This GuMiho with some nice stutter step micro here on these Vikings. Not something you see that often.
Yeah, he shoos him away again. But as that happens, you know, there's this sort of yin and yang here of who can control what on the map, and you can see he hits hard in the bottom left, but then ends up giving out on the bottom, sorry, top right.
Oh, wow. Surprised GuMiho actually teleporting these VCs over here.
But he can't win this, so why did he do that? That was a very odd move. Maybe he's just playing so fast, he kind of thought he could swing that. That's going to be a big battlecruiser lead, and would maybe a bad sign of what's to come here. Just an odd decision to send that back.
Yeah, BC is what, 700 total resources? Something like that? That's a ton of money to throw down the drain. Looking at the banks right now, Maru is just owning. I mean, 4,000 minerals in the bank, 2.5K is really good. Gas bank's going to be just about dead even. I would love to see the units lost tab and see how much of that is Maru just being more cost efficient than his opponent, and how much of it is actually him mining more on the map. It feels like we really might get into the kind of situation where even these bases on the flank of the map will start to mine out. Did not anticipate this TVT going this way, by the way.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is, you know, quite the opposite of the last game here. And it's kind of cool to see, like, okay, so when you both go air, then it becomes a matter of kind of blanketing the map with turrets everywhere. as you know, the air arms race basically forces you to start to get static defense on the ground.
I don't know if I've ever seen this many landed Vikings, by the way.
I know, it's
34
crazy.
landed Vikings. And Maru, he's getting a lot of damage done on GuMiho's side of the map. I'm a little bit worried for GuMiho for these past couple of moments because it feels like Maru, the moves that he's making seem to be a little bit more impactful. He's actually killing expansions and setting up, you know, very difficult positions to dislodge with all these cheap missile turrets. I mean, they really are only 100 minerals apiece, right? And minerals, they are important in this matchup, don't get me wrong, but you're happy to throw those down and just kind of slow down your opponent any way you can. Whereas GuMiho, it feels like most of the trades that he's been making haven't really been able to remove Maru from a lot of his mining bases. And so resource-wise, it feels like Maru definitely consuming a little bit more of the map right now.
So how's this going to go exactly? I mean, I'm looking at 12, and it seems like Maru's got it. It does seem like there's a bit of a push up here in the center. I'm not sure how important the center base is going to be for the time being. And the battlecruiser plays are...
Oh,
that's
so
pretty
sick.
sick. That's so smart.
Yeah, I mean, GuMiho just doesn't have the mobility of Maru right now.
Yeah, so he can clean that up and then use his own Vikings to basically cover it. That was like such a chess player's move.
Yeah. And it's not even like regular chess. That's like the, what is that game? It's like 5D chess where you can move across like timelines and alternate
That's right.
universes. Dude, that's Maru just teleporting his BCs onto the siege tanks of GuMiho there.
And you can almost see GuMiho push up into the main here, and it's like, I guess that works, but you know, what's the plan exactly?
And resource-wise, Maru just has so much more in the bank, but most of his production is there in the main, so.
Yeah, you know, you make a good point. I mean, if you get up in here and start to do a lot of damage, maybe there isn't that much you can do. It looks like he's sending all his SCVs to mass repair and maybe even make turrets. I'm not so sure.
I wouldn't be surprised if Maru just threw down a ton of starports somewhere else on the map behind all of this, although he is going to come in here for the engagement. Armor shredding turrets coming in on both sides is, it's kind of a hard fight to do play-by-play for
like,
him. Most
they're
of the BCs
shooting
are
at each other's state.
The repair actually on the low ground here for GuMiho is so clutch.
I think he actually wins this.
Wow.
This could be, I mean, I'm sorry guys, I've never quite casted a game like this.
Yeah. I really thought that was going to go better for Maru. I mean, armor shredding turrets plus BCs, which attacks so quickly, I thought would be some great synergy, but all those SCVs on the low ground just mitigated, you know, the piecemeal damage that comes in from the BCs. Well, and now the production for Maru is fully in jeopardy. He absolutely needs to throw down production somewhere else on the map. Otherwise, there's no way he's going to be able to regain supply. He has 8,000 resources in the bank, but he can't make more units. And I'm looking now at the mini-map. It seems like in the bottom left, near the 9 o'clock position, he's building more starports, 7 more under production. The fusion core also underway, but the question is, can he actually regain tempo here? Because should GuMiho be able to find that position on the map, I mean, he can even just come in with landed Vikings and take down the missile turrets and the starports. And what's the answer going to be right now for Maru?
And there's just enough Vikings, I think, that these BCs have to run as well. He drops that one.
Wow.
You know, there's not any real army supply here if you look at it for Maru. It's kind of this wild game where it's like he's got a lot of workers. He has a lot of money. He can't spend it. And what he spent it on is not significant in any one type of way where it can fight just the direct damage, whether it's air or ground of the Vikings that GuMiho has.
Yeah, so Maru should be able to build about 10 battle cruisers with the resource bank that he has, which will bring him very close to max, if not max, depending on how many SCVs he loses here. But this is a ton of damage coming in. I mean, he even needs depots right now. As the BC production, it has started. It seems like there is enough of a force here for Maru at 9 o'clock that GuMiho should not be able.
Well, let's also remember that, you know, GuMiho, he never was economically tripped up. I mean, this is severe damage. We're basically watching Maru collapse into the bottom left, and everything else is really, I wouldn't even say in jeopardy. I mean, it's dead.
Yeah, Maru's basically been completely reset here. Luckily for him, he was able to rebuild that fusion core and those starports there at 9 o'clock, but you have to think, it might have been a little bit of an oversight not to have more production on the map.
Yeah, well, I think he also didn't respect the kind of weird move that GuMiho did, where he went up to the main. Even when I was casting it, I'm like, well, I mean, I don't think this is going to do much, right? This
Yeah, well, I'm thinking back again to the start of that fight, and I put myself in those shoes again without seeing the fight go the way that it went. I still think that Maru's getting the better trade there with the armor shredding, with all the battle cruisers he had. He's on his home territory. He's going to have faster reinforcements. I thought Maru would be able to hold on, but the depot play, or not the depot play, excuse me, the SCV repair coming in from GuMiho was just so clutch. You know, I had the bad read in my head that he was just sacking them to get more army supply, but that absolutely was not it. It was definitely steps above that. As now Maru at 140 supply, his army, although it is very large and a lot of it is in production, the economy is simply not there. GuMiho right now even expanding into the former bases of Maru here. This 5th base with the gas depleted, the minerals will get absorbed there by GuMiho. Unless Maru is able to break back onto the map, but it's 44 Vikings to 20 with only 9 battle cruisers on the side of Maru. And the damage is just continuing, Tasteless.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to come over here now. Looks like he will get one battle cruiser. But, I mean, look at these Vikings. Oh, my God. I think that's going to be game. I think that we're going to have a 2-0 here. Unbelievably, GuMiho defeating Maru in 2 games that couldn't be more different from each other, only proving that really GuMiho worked for it and deserved to move on.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a superb series, and what an interesting TBT from start to finish.
Yeah, I really like this one. This is one of my favorite TBTs ever.
That was so sick, and GuMiho with a very well-deserved 2-0 is going to be advancing on into the winners match here against Group A, and now Maru, 1 series away from elimination in the round of 8.
And what an interesting winners match we're going to have here, GuMiho and Solar. I think Solar is much more capable of beating GuMiho, even though I know GuMiho looked insane in these TBTs. TBC is such a different beast. I think it's more possible than ever that we have a Zerg advancing here.
Maybe, but GuMiho, he has had Solar's number recently. Even at ESL Summer, he 3-0'd him in a best-of-5. GuMiho has been absolutely on point, not just in TBT, but in all aspects of his game. I mean, that was just a phenomenal series.
We'll be right back, guys. Coming up next, the winners match of Group A.
Already driven, already won. I talk less, my father's son. I'm circling you, I'm about that action, I'm about that passion. I come in crashing, I own it. This is when I gotta hold it. I just want it for the moment. Every medal got it golden, yeah. This is something that I've chosen. Got the family I rose in. Every time that I've been broken, I stood up and kept it open. Yeah, I've I'm taking it higher. Paint my reflection on statues through fire. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. I risk it all. Put my life on that. I put my heart in that. Made the path to it. I got no time for talking. I got fam with me. I don't felt the losses. I just changed the motives. Yeah. If I speak that, I walk the life and I live that. I've been about it, you heard about it, you seen that? I'ma come for it, cause I work for it. I'm the one for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Oh, I'm coming, I'm coming. Oh, I'm coming, I'm coming. Get ready for it.
Too close. How do I move on with need you close, 'cause I can't go. You never talked about it, said you had to leave. It was over within minutes and I couldn't speak. Like that you're gone. Something went wrong. Choked up, you made me feel so small. Now I just need an answer. Why'd you have to go? No, I can't let you go.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 터킹.
너도 탐세봐 탐세로.
똑같은 하루에서 답답함을 빼면 더 청량해질 거야. 제로처럼. 우리 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 칠성사이다 제로.
여름이 왔다. 마음껏 청량하자. 청량한 순간에 언제나 칠성사이다.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 터킹.
Round of 8. Group A. ByuN. Solar. Maru. GuMiho. Africa TV. Freak Up Studio. Live. 2023. GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone. We're now ready for the winners match here, and kind of a crazy winners match. Kind of wild that it's going to be one of these two to go in first into the round of 4. Solar and GuMiho in a group with Maru, also in a group with ByuN. Those two are going to duke it out after this in the losers match of all places, but now it's just about these two. I think you would agree with me, State. This was an upset.
Yeah.
We've had nothing but upsets today. And I think this is doable for Solar. GuMiho does seem to be in great shape, but man, would it be cool to get a Zerg in the round of 4.
It would be really nice to have a Zerg in the round of 4 and just have that lock for a little bit of diversity at the top. Is the Terran players in Korea, they're so good, and there's so many top players for Terran right now too in Korea as well. I mean, I feel like nobody that's here is undeserving of being here, but you gotta love having a little bit more flavor and a little bit more diversity, you know, as just a fan of the game, right? And I say that, but also I'm kind of pulling for GuMiho here, I gotta say. I mean, that series against Maru was so good, and he is in such top form right now. It feels like GuMiho might be one of the best Terran players in the world, like top 3 maybe with Cure and with Maru.
He seems to have some real insight here. And obviously, this is a very different Terran for Solar to go up against. ByuN was no easy task, but Solar did come out on top victorious. But GuMiho, a different beast, a totally different style of play. What exactly does Solar have in store for us now?
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, GuMiho did get the best of Solar early on at the ESL Summer Masters. We'll see if Solar can get his revenge and book his first ticket to the semifinals.
Season 2. Onside Gaming, Solar. GuMiho.
So if you're just now joining us, there have been huge floods in Seoul. Not in Seoul, so you mean South Korea. But, you know, GuMiho doesn't live in Seoul. He normally takes the train up here.
And not the subway, like an above ground train, the KTX or the ITX.
Right, right. And since the trains are closed because of the flooding, what does this say?
Went all the way to Korea and only got this last sign.
Hi, Mom. Welcome, guys. So, since GuMiho could not get up to the studio because it was physically impossible for him to get transported up here, he is playing from home. That's why he has that different background. it's a green screen. There are anti-cheat cams in there that are being monitored as well. And this is actually on a delayed stream. So
yeah, 3-minute delay, 2 anti-cheat cameras behind them that are being monitored by staff here at Freecut. So yeah, it's everything's above board here. And I mean, it really is a natural disaster what's been going on here in South Korea. I mean, the rain has been so torrential, and it's really affected a lot of the rural communities here in Seoul. It's quite sad, honestly.
Yeah, ever since I moved out here, I've always been blown away by the summer monsoon season and just the downpour of rain. Sometimes we get about 1 to 2 weeks where it feels like everything's out of commission. But I mean, so far, GuMiho has kind of done the impossible. He beat, of all players, Maru, and 2-0 in 2 very different games.
Yeah, GuMiho's been able to show a wide range, and we'll see if he kind of brings the same flavor here to this series against Solar. I mean, I wouldn't say it's beyond what GuMiho is capable of, just coming through with a couple of very different builds compared to what Solar had to face off against ByuN here in this series. Because GuMiho, I mean, keep in mind, back in Wings of Liberty when he was getting his start as a pro gamer, he played random, and I feel like even now you can kind of feel, I don't know exactly how to say it, but you know, like when you have you drop something in like a lake, you just see like the ripple effect of that is continuing on and continuing on and continuing on. He still has that flair of a random player despite now only playing Terran.
It's this kind of creative mindset, excuse me, that I think you have to have if you're a random player, that you have to be able to adapt quickly and kind of see interesting solutions and interesting weaknesses in your opponent, especially early on. And yeah, I mean, he's always had that kind of RTS player brain for sure.
He thinks about the game very differently from a lot of other top Terran players, and it's one of the reasons why he's so exciting to watch. And now coming through with this game, really fast third command center and a Cyclone opening here from GuMiho.
Now, you know, ByuN, he's really a pressured Terran. He's always able to make, you know, more value out of fights than almost any other Terran in the world, especially in TVZ. GuMiho has many different approaches. He does seem to have such a range that he can do weird out there mech stuff or wonky like Cyclone pressure stuff into bio or, you know, whatever. But he also is able to play your standard style of TVZ, which is, I think, what makes him such a scary player to go against.
He can kind of do everything, not just in TVZ, but in pretty much all of his matchups. He has that range and a bit of a quirky zest to his play as well. Here coming through with the same build that we saw earlier from ByuN almost. A couple of Marines and a Cyclone with a medevac. I like this is catching on. It's the little unit interactions you can get out of this drop are always fun. I mean, it's never that impactful, but it's usually a treat. And behind this, actually going into Cloak Banshee.
Okay, so once again, a little bit of pressure here.
Ooh, doesn't quite get that Overlord.
Nicely done.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. That didn't look like it was going to work for a second. That was wild. So that's a pretty big victory to come out on top like that. Banshee Cloak's almost done.
Oh, Big Fledling's actually going to try and come here into the natural expansion. Oh, GuMiho
what about
just
the
in
Flamey
time.
boys?
Yeah, I was worried. I saw only those 2 supply depots, but GuMiho with a nice read there drops the engineering bay.
The Roach Warren has started here, and we have more factories being made.
2 more factories. Going to have mech again coming out of GuMiho.
Yeah, I really thought he wasn't going to do that this time, but this is kind of cool to see. Now, obviously, mech requires a totally different approach, and the pacing of the game is very different. That being said, I mean, GuMiho he's got a reputation for meching, right? So, I mean, this can't be a total surprise for Solar.
And we'll see exactly what take on mech this is going to be coming out of GuMiho. He did go for a really fast third command center, which makes me think it's not going to be battle mech despite that early Cyclone that we had. We're waiting to see the units coming out of these factories, expecting it to be siege tanks, but no, actually going to be a Cyclone and Cyclone damage. So despite that really fast third CC, still going into a battle mech style is GuMiho. Huh. All right. Banshee speed coming in as well. This is a cool composition he is going for. We've seen battle mech a couple of times here in this GSL in TVZ, but along with Banshees, I think it's the first time I've seen this, at least the first time that I can recall, And now Solar coming in. This is a really nice scout getting these links in the main base. He knows that it's mech now. He sees another Cyclone in production.
Yeah, I mean,
he sees the
keep
tech
it
lab
simple
churning.
here.
Ooh, and a Queen drop. Against Cyclones.
It seems like he wanted to have his own timing attack.
I feel like he's going to use this just to try and chase down the Banshees now. Yeah.
I think you're right, yeah.
More Roaches and Ravagers actually in production. Maybe he is going for a bust, Tasteless.
I thought that's what he's doing, but you know, when you see two players attacking into each other on the map, it's like, well, one of you was wrong. You don't just like meet in the center of the map and have it out.
Well,
and so here we go. The timing attack is here. Remember that mech, you know, it doesn't quite activate as quickly as, you know, a bio build, right? You don't just have a couple Stim Marines and tanks. And so he's going to come forward. Remember that the Ravagers can actually shoot the tanks down on the high ground if they get the right positioning.
Yeah, this is a scary position right now for GuMiho. Has to evacuate third base, loses 16 SCVs behind all of that too. Not able to find much damage here with this Hellion drop either, and Solar not overcommitting, not pushing into the natural expansion, just says that, okay, I'm happy with the damage that I found on GuMiho's side of the map. I'm just going to retreat, continue to macro back up, and that was a very effective attack. GuMiho now only at 47 workers, and he really hasn't been able to get any tempo here with his battle mech style. Actually having to switch in almost fully into siege tanks now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a headache right now, you know, for the Zerg. I mean, he's not really able to get in there and do much, but the fact that he kept him off the third base is pretty big. How is he going to deal with these Banshees? I mean, I think, you know, you see one or two Cloak Banshees, okay, and then the speed kicks in, and then the Banshees are just continuously coming. And it doesn't seem like there's any easy way to deal with this.
Files coming in on those siege tanks, but there are a good number of them. Oh, actually, no, Cyclones. A little bit overextended there. That's going to allow Solar to push this position and take down even more siege tanks. So a lot of critical units right now falling for the Terran player. These Banshees continue to rain hell on this natural expansion. More damage coming in. So GuMiho doing a quite good job of actually evening things up a little bit here. But still, you got to feel like he's in not the best position.
Oh my God.
The one hell that actually is going to be able to take down this hatchery. And a Swarm Host switch coming in from Solar now, Tasteless.
Yeah, the Swarm Host switch. Well, this could actually be pretty deadly. I think that, you know, GuMiho's done a pretty good job so far, but Swarm Hosts are kind of the weak point of mech when it hasn't had proper time to develop. And that's exactly what he can basically set up for. He has a couple positions where he could just throw down a Nidus Swarm. Now, Banshees with Cloak could shoot the Nidus down. You got to be ready for that as well. A lot of times the strength of Nidus is that they don't have any recourse or any way to like get over there and hit it.
Yeah, the Banshees almost fulfill the same role that a Void Ray would for a Protoss player, as the Swarm Host even gets spotted by the medevac. And usually it's the first couple of attacks from the Swarm Host that get the most damage done. But now that GuMiho has spotted this, he can actually start to prepare back at home, and he's actually going back into battle mech, making more Cyclones, more Hellions. I think he wants to try and chase these Swarm Hosts down. Interesting to see GuMiho kind of navigate his army composition like this.
All right, he's coming in here with these Swarm Hosts. This is really wrecking the position. With Queens out now, he can cover this.
That's a lot of Banshees, though, Tasteless. Only 3 Queens actually on the ground, so some of these Swarm Hosts you got to think will fall. In fact, one of the Queens get disabled. You don't see that every day.
I know. How funny is this? By the way, I thought there was going to be a Nidus. For some reason, that never happened. I just like declared that. I'm like, I don't make a Nidus over here. There's like no Nidus in the game at all.
Well, synergizes so well with the Swarm Host, but I guess, you know, with Hyperflight rotors on the field, I mean, I think Solar is just seeing a step ahead and identify the same problem that you did, where if you actually do go for that, then Terran does have recourse with the Banshees, so better just to walk across the map and use this creep spread that you've established.
He needs
in the
more
center.
Queens here.
He's like Hydralisks or something. The Queens are not cutting it.
He keeps coming up here with like a couple Queens, and he's like, oh no, these are not as good as I thought they were.
Hydralisk Den now almost complete. So another disable comes down the Queens. One of the Banshees eventually does fall, but the problem here for the Queens is that the Banshees are so microable. I say that just the Banshee dies with no control, but in theory, I mean, with the Hyperflight rotors, they're so good at just being able to navigate around the Queens, which really don't have any opportunity just to chase them down. And let's see how much damage he's able to get in.
Every tank over there.
Yeah.
That was sick.
And GuMiho's not really rebuilding them either. He only has 1 siege tank in total right now on the field. Just remaxing on Cyclones. And it's just the Banshees that are kind of anchoring the position right now for GuMiho. If he didn't have these Hyperflight Banshees, I feel like his position would already be completely forfeit. And so it's a little bit scary because you got to think that once Solar actually has reliable anti-air on the ground, whether it be Mutalisks or Hydralisks as he's opted for in this game, then suddenly GuMiho can't actually deflect these attacks with his Banshees anymore, and the problem becomes a lot more complicated for Terran to deal with. And now finally, that Nidus work coming in.
Yeah, Terran taking the 4th base at 6 o'clock. If he gets enough Queens, I mean, he could cycle in and out of the Nidus and basically pelt the Terran, beat him down, then come back home and defend. There's been a lot of Cyclones and a lot of Hellions made up here, as it looks like he kind of wants to take that battle mech style out, bring it onto the map and try to get something done.
And oftentimes when we see Battle Mech, we see it used early in the game as a timing attack that's been hidden from the Zerg to try and kill them in one fell swoop. So GuMiho going for such a heavy Cyclone composition in the mid game like this, a little bit unorthodox, but very fun to see this play against a much more developed Zerg economy and still able to find damage like this. I mean, the synergy with scans and also being able to control the creep spread is so effective, especially with Hyperflight Rotors. I mean, GuMiho is such a creative way of looking at the game.
Okay, here we go. Another big hit over here. The SCVs will evacuate.
Oh.
Nidus in the main. And is he going to be ready for this? He's going to go right on top of that CC and do it.
Lift it.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're not paying attention, that will actually just die. It looks like the Nidus is going to be denied. Maybe a little bit of a greedy play there from Solar.
Yeah, Nidus does get denied there in the main base. And I feel like GuMiho has been doing a good job of stabilizing, and Solar is going to go for this one big push. Very close to the main base right now of GuMiho already, so the Cyclones don't have as much territory to actually kite through, which can be a scary position here for GuMiho, especially should Solar push with one big volley of Swarm Hosts, but Banshee's catching them yet again. That's going to be multiple Swarm Hosts going down.
Man, these Banshees have gotten so much value out of this game. By the way, that CC is still really low. It might not be a factor here, but watch for that because, again, when you have this many Swarm Hosts out, sometimes you can just click down on the CC and they're not looking and they'll lose it. And it totally turns the game on its head.
Aspire now in production for Solar, but really no bank to be found for him as GuMiho is not only stabilized back at home, but his growth economically has been very solid. This Hydralisk also not in the very defensible position. It will fall.
All right, he's forced to lift, but Terran's already grown into the bottom right. And, I mean, is there anything that Zerg has to actually deal with this death ball?
The Cyclones are very low on HP, and I think once the Swarm Hosts pop their next round, they should be able to shoot this away. Even without the Swarm Hosts, it's a lot of Cyclones going down for GuMiho. Seems like he might be a little bit over-focused here defending back at home. That was a lot of Banshees and Cyclones all getting taken out. I mean, GuMiho was very close to max, I think, before that engagement. So a nice swing and momentum here for Solar. Oh, and even catching these Banshees. There's no more Banshees on the field.
Okay, so that really opens up opportunities here for Solar because now the harass game is gone.
Yeah, no Cyclones on the field, no Banshees is just so comfortable.
There's 2 Mutas. We got a box art army over here.
2 Mutas gonna be accompanied by 3 Corruptors very soon.
Very soon.
Oh, there are still 3 Cyclones, so a little bit of map presence here for GuMiho, but not as much as before for sure. As those now even following the Swarm Host, and it feels like Solar momentum has massively swung in his favor. As this Planetary is going to get taken out, and with it, much of the economy for the Terran player. And I wonder now whether GuMiho is actually going to be able to stabilize again. Because I feel like he had to work so hard to actually get into a stable position, and then with a little bit of an overextension at the 3rd base of Solar.
I think Solar might have just done it here.
Yeah.
If he gets into 6 o'clock, I think he's okay.
We gotta say though, the economic damage coming onto Solar has been a lot too. That's 26 drones going down. This expansion, it finally will complete, but it hasn't been mining for a very long time. And
how many swarm hosts are still in this game?
I want to say double digits.
Where are they?
But
look at all the
I don't know.
Were they killed or something?
Only 6.
Only 6. Okay. So I was gonna say if he can. Oh, he's gonna get 3 broodlings.
Yeah, broodlings are coming out.
Broodlords, not broodlings.
Yeah, lose well, he's gonna get broodlings out of the broodlords.
Broodlords.
You're still right.
They make broodlings.
Technically, you're correct, Jason.
That was cute. Well, with the swarm host count down, it's a little bit harder to break the tanks, but I guess the broodlords can kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, and I feel like GuMiho's gonna need a little bit more of a response to the air right now. His army, it's mostly Hellbats and Siege Tanks. There's 1 Banshee. None of those units actually shoot up. It's only the 4 Cyclones really for anti-air on GuMiho's side of things, and that's a bit of a scary position. I don't even think he really has the starport set up back at home to begin to pump out units such as Vikings to actually contest this. So GuMiho, he's feeling very confident right now and is going to start moving across the map, but once he scans these Broodlords, it's going to be a little bit scary for him. One of those moments where your stomach drops a bit as a pro player, is now the problem that he has to solve has gotten significantly more complicated, but he will at least be able to get some economic damage done. Question is it going to be enough?
Yeah, it's always dicey when you just have tanks and you try to roll out like that.
Oh, the hatchery is going to survive as well.
I'm sorry, what's happening in the Terran's main? Something's doing damage there.
Oh yeah, look at
that.
that.
Blinking.
Is it like one locust or something? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Looks like 2 different buildings getting attacked.
Well, he's going to push down, and it looks like Terran wants to try to wrap around this. But remember, tanks are not that mobile.
I think it must have been locusts because they all just expired, but
yeah, it must have been.
Yeah, the Thors are going to come out any moment, which will provide some anti-air here against Solar's army, but I feel like Solar has been able to navigate this game well enough that he finally has a ball of units that GuMiho just really can't contest. I feel like his army composition is just almost hard countered here. 3 Cyclones, 3 Thors is not enough anti-air to deal with all of the Broodlords on the field, especially with the accompaniment they have on the ground.
This is rough. Nice harpooning.
Oh, nice lift. Thor lives to see another day. Not very long, though.
All right, I think that's game.
Yeah, interesting one here from Solar and also from GuMiho.
I mean, they both played really well. This has been such a day of good games.
Yeah, really loud round of applause for, I think, both of our players after that match. We've been treated to some fantastic games here in Group A of the round of 8. The Solar now 1 map win away from booking a ticket to the top 4. It's getting closer and closer, Tasteless. We might not have a repeat of an all-Terran top 4 like we did before.
Someone stop them. I mean, look, GuMiho, he had a pretty cool style. I think Solar, he knows how to play against everything, and he showed a lot of patience. Even the Broodlord switch, instead of trying to go back into Swarm Hosts, really shutting GuMiho down. Is GuMiho going to try that mech style again? There's many ways to pull it off. The problem is Solar seemed to handle it so well. Honestly, right now, it looks like Solar had a harder time versus ByuN.
It does feel that way. I think there was a stage on Royal Blood where GuMiho had stabilized, but a bit of an overextension. Solar's the kind of player that's going to capitalize on that and carry it to a win, as once he was able to clean up most of the army there for GuMiho, and especially catching those Banshees in the middle of the map, he did not let his foot off the gas pedal.
All right, guys, game 2 on Grezvin. Let's go.
2023 GSL Season 2. On-site gaming, Solar. GuMiho.
Okay. going into the second game here, I'm going to be kind of watching this from GuMiho's perspective. I'm really interested in seeing what sort of game he wants to bring. Solar did mention earlier he didn't feel that confident in this match. Specifically, kind of almost felt like this was, you know, Destiny trying to push GuMiho into the round of 8 here, as this would be kind of the way that he could get through. But so far, Solar played a very solid game. And we got to see what's going to come in game 2. But, you know, whenever you have somebody who can go mech, the question is, you know, will they do it? And if so, how many times?
And especially with GuMiho, you have to wonder how exactly they are going to go mech if they do decide to do it. Is it going to be something that's going to be reminiscent of what we saw from Cure on the last day of GSL in Group D of the round of 16, where he went for a battle mech style that was very aggressive. It was focused on a timing attack aspect. It was not something that was supposed to scale up into the mid and late game. It was a killing blow. GuMiho, it's not really his style to try and play those kind of killer tactics in this matchup so much. But it's something that he definitely is capable of doing. And on top of that, you know, he very well could just not go battle mech. He could do something much more classical with Terran mech play, focusing on units such as Thors, on Hellions, on siege tanks, should he decide to go that route. So Solar, he's going to have to be very careful with his scouting and figuring out exactly what GuMiho is cooking up, because this is probably his best chance of getting into the round of 4 is this position right now. He's 1 map win away. Even if he loses here on Gresvin, he still has 1 map left in this series where he can actually come away with a win and try and make it. And now you might not get that chance again, you know, should you go into the final match. It might be against Maru, or it might be against ByuN, and those are 2 very difficult opponents with very different styles from GuMiho. So Solar, I'm kind of expecting him to play a bit of a more conservative game here and just be very diligent with his scouting.
So far, this game from GuMiho's perspective, it does look very similar. It's a very quick third CC, which doesn't tell us a lot yet. I mean, we need to see if it's going to be more factories. I feel like it might just be the same kind of stuff.
I think it might be mech again. And he hasn't made any bio units out of that barracks besides this Reaper, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there is one Marine at home, but overall it does seem very mechanic focused. Starport now coming in, Tech Lab being built as well. I'm assuming that's going to be on the barracks. Yeah, of course, we have 2 Hellions in production. So it might be Cloak Banshees yet again, or Speed Banshees perhaps. And we might have another mech game in store for us, Tasteless.
Hey man, I'm down for it. I would be totally fine with that. But yeah, as you were saying, I mean, there are many different ways to mech. And, you know, that last game, I mean, I did feel like GuMiho was doing pretty well until all the Banshees were shot down. And it really seems like suddenly he had no more map presence. He wasn't able to create the kind of chaos that you need to have if you're going to basically get into a position that's going to be very winning.
And the Banshees really were the answers to a lot of the roaming ground units there for Solar, because there was such little anti-air on the ground for the Zerg. And, you know, once he lost those Cyclones forward in a trade that seemed like it could have gone better for him, and when he also had those Banshees intercepted in the middle of the map by Solar's Hydralisks, that suddenly GuMiho just lost 2 of the most important tools in his belt. And from a position like that, especially against a player like Solar, it's very difficult to claw yourself back into the game. Mech is one of those compositions where it feels like you kind of have to play, I don't want to say perfectly, but you have to be very safe with the way that you do it. You can't take any really bad engagements because it's so difficult to get momentum back. And actually, it's not going to be mech. You know, he did go for a very tech-focused opening.
Yeah.
There were a lot of Hellions. He did go for Banshees and then into a Raven. Mostly using that barracks just to produce add-ons, but now we're reaching, you know, coming into the middle game now with 3rd command centers, and we're going to have 2 more barracks getting thrown down, so.
Yeah, and so this is very cool to see. Nice catch, by the way. And a lot of the initial parts of this build, from the Zerg's perspective, until you see those barracks or you see Stim Marines, it does at least look kind of like the last game, right?
I mean, it had us fold and we could see the entire map.
Yeah, yeah. But, you know, in this game, it's going to be a very fun, very interesting one here. Now, I do want to point out, GuMiho has always been good at control. I don't think he's like a ByuN. I don't feel like he's a Maru. You know, there are these splits that those guys get that really are phenomenal. I would even say he's not a Cure. I might even, on Bioplay, put him even a little bit below Bunny.
I'm just listing all the Terran players we think are better.
I'm like, now we're going to go outside Korea, over to Europe. No.
we got Big Gabe up there. Big Gabe, probably a little bit better control than GuMiho.
No, I mean, but what I'm trying to say is, like, his mech has been so strong and it's been so successful that, you know, we don't have, I think, as many star moments from GuMiho.
I do agree with you.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. I feel like GuMiho...
And now on to StarCraft 1 bio play. All right, Slayer's Boxer, still maybe better than GuMiho. No, but seriously, you know what I'm saying.
I feel like he gets his edge, generally speaking, with his build orders and his strategic decision-making. I mean, that game against Maru, for example, I mean, I know that's a different matchup, it's TVT, but you think back to that series, Maru had double the bank that GuMiho did in that situation. If GuMiho didn't go for that play where the repairs inside the natural expansion of Maru and take that fight and actually get on top of the production, I think Maru just wins that game. And that's the kind of play that GuMiho really relies on, not just in TVT, but in all facets of his game to carry him to victories. It's really just creative, out-of-the-box decision-making that is so solid and often can catch players, and even us as casters, off guard in terms of what the outcome is going to be. But GuMiho, when he gets in those situations, it's very oftentimes his comfort zone.
Yeah, denied drop over here. 1-1 about to finish up. It's going to be matched with the Zerg armor upgrade. GuMiho beginning to shave off these little edges of creep out here.
Yeah, Banshee attacking the fifth hatchery as well for Solar. So GuMiho with really nice map presence right now. With no Link speed, he's able to get some quite favorable trades with these lanes as well, and any kind of chip damage you can get on the Zerg with engagements like that helps a ton in setting up for big pushes like the one coming onto the map right now.
It's going to be time to come out. I got to say, I think Solar seems to be in not as great of a spot as I thought. I think he's done okay so far here, but GuMiho does have a pretty sizable army. He's going to hit, as you like to call it, state that triangle third. This is probably the most pushable point on the map, especially at this phase of the game. Solar ready for the counterattack. Tank in the front, Marines in the back.
Yeah, GuMiho is a nice setup to defend this. And Solar, yeah, he walks in, immediately identifies he's not going to get the same damage he got against ByuN and just pieces out.
Yeah, that's cool placement, by the way, to have the tank far out enough. You look at that and from the Zerg's perspective with the vision range the Lynx have, you're like, oh, a tank, let's kill it. And then the Marines come in and stim it down. It's a very cool little tactical setup. Very subtle, easy to miss, but it's one that is pretty nice.
For a second, I thought Solar might be coming in with an even bigger counterattack after that one. And in fact, he might be. That's a lot of Banelings and Lings on GuMiho's side of the map. Now, an armor shredding turret will be able to connect with most of those Banes and Zerglings, so Solar is going to have to evacuate from this position, and that gives GuMiho the room to reinforce his position by the triangle third by Solar, and then also start to drop this expansion here in the top right.
Okay, a scan down here. And, you know, it's getting a little bit heated up here. I mean, both sides are maxed out. We've had kind of minimal interactions, right? We've had some spells cast there. We've had some Lings do damage to a tank. And we haven't had that kind of committed fight. We're getting to that boiling point pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, with both players maxed and GuMiho still sieged outside that third base, you got to think that the attack should be coming. But at the very least, what GuMiho is doing is he's exerting a lot of pressure right now on the Zerg player, and he is keeping the creep spread completely at bay. And he's setting up for some good drops because Solar has to focus so many forces on that front line to deal with any kind of push that might come in. Now Tases, all the reinforcements from back home have finally arrived.
This is so insane because, like, we haven't had any major exchange yet. It's like just been little interactions here. Solar may just give this up. GuMiho has exhibited so much patience. This base is going to fall, but at the same time, Zerg is growing right up into you know, the 12 o'clock spot here on the map.
The spread is so good for GuMiho too, with a Hellbat almost covering every single siege tank as well. So Solar having a really difficult time dislodging GuMiho from that position, loses the hatchery. Now down to 4 mining bases, expanding to the 12 o'clock position. And Viper's running the field, and I feel like for Solar right now, although you are very close to max, you want to wait until that Viper has energy for Abducts, for Blinding Clouds, and you want to wait until you have Adrenal Glands until you actually come in with that really big engagement on Protoss. And actually, 2 Lurker Dens in production for Solar right now. Maybe a little bit thrown off right now, feeling the pressure.
Yeah, you know, I got to say, props to Solar. He did not overextend back there. He's been really patient. We've got GuMiho on that fourth base, barely mining from that. Ooh, a good setup. He's going to push into the main. That's actually a pretty good idea because right now the Zerg is really defending the top right so much. A drop in the main looks pretty reasonable.
GuMiho is doing a very good job of spreading Solar thin, just roaming around the map, and now the medevac drop coming into the main base here. Hellbat and a handful of Marines. Also stop a good bit of mining. Does scout the Lurker Den as well. Actually going for the snipe on it. Able to get that Lurker Den. Little did he know that Solar actually made 2.
That's hilarious.
Actually does help Solar quite a bit here. I was just playing all along, Tasteless. He opened his third eye. He knew one of those Lurker Dens was going to go down.
This is such a funny game because Zerg is so stuffed to the top of the map, and then Terran's slowly expanding downward here.
I wonder if he actually canceled one of these Lurker Dens because upgrades have not started yet again in that production tab for Lurkers. All right, well, Ghost now entering the field here for GuMiho. Terran army composition getting more and more complex.
We have 50 Banes here.
It's a lot of Banelings.
3-3 is about to be done. And here we go, big attack comes down here. Nice blinding cloud as well. GuMiho trying to micro up here and salvage this position. And so far, so good. I mean, he's gonna go ahead and stutter step down.
Yeah, and I feel like GuMiho didn't have that many forces actually committed to that center position. Now, wasn't able to actually cancel this hatchery, so that hurts a little bit there for GuMiho. Solar was able to clean up everything in the middle, but at the end of the day, I think cost efficiency-wise, that's better for GuMiho, but Solar does have the superior bank with 2.5k minerals, just really hungry for gas.
And also, Solar has freed up the position on the map. He can now go wherever he wants. So this might be an opportunity for him to try to come in here and do some damage. But GuMiho looks to be pretty safe. Like, I don't see any, like, really easy position to get into.
Yeah, GuMiho is very safe back at home right now. He's been throwing down a lot of macro orbitals, creating choke points and supporting that economy quite a bit. As he's up to 5 bases and getting those critical 9th and 10th gas guys versus Terran in a section of the game where you're really hungry for gas as you want to start adding in Ghost, perhaps maybe some Ravens, more siege tanks, as even the 3rd factory now is under production. GuMiho is going to be really happy should he be able to continue to defend these positions, but he is not maxed yet. And Solar is maxed with a large bank, so you got to think that the attacks are going to be coming from Zerg. The Nidus Canal actually in production here.
Yeah, that might be the call. If he can get like a Nidus up into the main and try to weaken some position down here. I think GuMiho has the right idea of making these big drops that can maybe come into the main and do damage there.
Yeah, if he can snipe some more tech from Zerg would be really nice for him. That Hive is already at 2/3 HP. Might be the target with this drop, and in fact it is. That Hive does get taken out. Lair immediately gets started here for Solar. Spawning pool also needs to be rebuilt, so the remax potential for Solar right now at this moment, not quite what it could be. This drop got a ton done. Man, GuMiho's everywhere right now. Took out the base at the 12 o'clock position, gonna kill this expansion too. Solar actually did get the cancel, but Liberator also delaying mining here at the top right. GuMiho with a lot of plays that are helping his tempo.
Well, I mean, this game, it's been funny, right? Things have quieted down quite a bit, but it does seem like Zerg is now free to kind of seize up as much of the map as possible, but GuMiho's growing at a pretty wild rate as well here. I do like this expansion that's like just down here out of range of the sensor tower.
Yeah, and I do not think that Solar can allow this expansion to get up. So he's going to come in now, then attack off creep. A lot of Banelings rolling in. See if the siege tank connections are good on them, and yes, they are.
That was a pretty bad attack. You got to be a little bit more grouped up.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that he could get on that position before the planetary actually morphed there in the bottom left, but they just didn't identify how many units GuMiho actually had ready to intercept. Is 3 factory siege tank. That's a lot of siege tanks, even if we start killing them. And so for Solar now, the game is getting into a really awkward position where, yes, he does have this bank that he wants, but GuMiho has been able to work his way all the way up to 6 bases with a ton of orbitals. And now for Zerg, you almost feel like you're on the clock. unless you're able to make plays like this one happen here at the main base, I don't think this Nidus Canal actually has gotten spotted. All right, Ghosts are attacking it, but that should be able to finish.
Yeah, this isn't going to do anything.
Okay.
Could have been huge, though, had he gotten that set up.
Yeah, good for GuMiho being able to identify that was coming into the main base.
It does seem like we're getting to the point where Terran may start to go for exhaust play.
I think we're already at that point. I think that's
Yeah.
been the game plan for GuMiho for the past couple of minutes, is just try to create all of these problems on Solar's side of the map because he knows that his position is quite fragile back at home, and just use that pressure to establish a base in the bottom left. And now even go for, what is this going to be, like 7 bases? We're getting to the, I mean, I'm a Protoss player. We're getting to the stage in the game where I can't even count how many expansions we have. We're going to have to get
it becomes absurd, right? How much of the map has been taken.
Yeah, this is the count from Sesame Street. It's going to have to warp in and help us out with this cast.
You know, it seems like the bottom left, it can be taken by the Terran. It's not going to be that easy. Keep in mind that Terran does not have a lot of minerals banked right now.
Yeah, but the army composition is just so powerful for Terran. I think you have almost 30 Ghosts on the field, and everything that's not Ghosts is basically Liberators and Siege Tanks. 13 Siege Tanks on the field, 2 Liberators, 1 Raven, 26 Ghosts with vehicle weapons 3 underway. We're getting to the stage in the game where now GuMiho's army is so incredibly cost efficient that you got to kind of feel that Solar has missed whatever window he might have had.
I agree. I do feel like this went on for a little bit too long, and now Solar, I think, who was kind of hoping that maybe the way that ByuN did, that there would be an overextension, didn't happen. But in this moment, I mean, the Ghosts are isolated up here.
They do a lot of damage to these units, though really only the Banelings, should they get good connections, will be able to clean this up, as Hydras and Lings, not ideal. And this has been a very cost-efficient trade here for Solar.
I mean, I gotta say, I mean, I would take that if I'm Solar.
Oh yeah,
that's
absolutely.
a lot of Ghosts to kill off there. But this might be another moment he has to create an opportunity.
Yeah, especially with a gas count as starved as it is here for GuMiho. Oh, actually, only with 1 SCV in each of those gas geysers. Slows him down quite a bit. I kind of wonder what the ghost count is at right now. Only 7, so maybe 20 ghosts in total going down there in the top left. Very nice kill for Solar. And I want to also go back to that fight and talk about it a little bit, because Solar had so many Overseers. GuMiho, you could tell that his MO was just going to be to cloak the ghosts and try and snipe the Overseers and, you know, survive that way. But there were maybe double-digit Overseers coming into that position, so great foresight there by Solar. Is now once again attacking into this position. He is preventing GuMiho from securing 2 more gas geysers here in the bottom left section of the map. And now GuMiho sitting at 160 supply. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to actually get back onto the field. And Solar never got that killing blow that he wanted, but being able to catch all of those ghosts was a very good trade for him.
Nice fungal down there. Is there going to be more of a punish with that? Looks like they recover pretty nicely. So Zerg, this is one of the harder things to do with Zerg. But Zerg has grown into this base up here at the top. You can see it's very easy for Terran to take this out, but when you're expanding there, the Terran's not taking it. Now, Zerg, if they play this out right and either get a position broken into like this one here, if they can kind of dislodge the Terran from here, or if they can do it at the bottom, that they can play a game where they get Terran just on a small enough amount of units that they can't quite recover.
And
but it's not always easy to pull off.
Yeah, it's a tough position. I mean, you got to have a couple more trades, like the one we just saw coming out from Solar, where he was able to kill all those ghosts. And you know that interception by Solar, going back to killing those 20 ghosts, that forced GuMiho to go into a lower tech composition. He's no longer as cost efficient as he once was, because he just doesn't have the economy to support remaxing on ghosts very quickly. He had to go back into Marine Marauder as basically a stopgap, because he needs to bridge the time where his economy is at now, and the time where his economy is going to be at in the future once he secures this bottom left base. They can actually resume ghost production. So this is a great time for Solar to actually try and come in and get damage done.
I mean, this is a pretty big kill down here at 6. Scan is going to have all these drones just get massacred.
She might go back into the main base here. Yes, indeed, we will. As GuMiho attacking in different sections of the map, might be able, even be able to take out the 12 o'clock hatchery. See Solar sectioning off some units, but 3-3 Bio just does such a good job of especially the Marauders just really shelling these things down.
It does feel like GuMiho has kind of done it. I mean, he's made these bases shrink so much. He is doing it off of just barely enough resources. I guess this base that we're watching here, we want to watch for that, and then the base that is just like directly north of this, at the very top of the map.
Yeah, GuMiho needs to secure at least one more expansion, and I agree with you where it feels like he is starting to get towards that breaking point where Solar's just not going to be able to do anything. And,
oh my
goodness.
God, he's not looking. Oh, that's so many lurkers,
This
man.
top left quadrant of the map has seen some stuff, man. First the ghost, now the lurkers.
Yeah.
Quick reaction there from GuMiho avoiding that fungal. Nice play, and now his economy is back in a position where he can actually start to bank some resources near max.
It's a lot of Banes being made, man.
And start to replenish this ghost count, so Terran's army comp only going to get scarier from here. He's actually feeling confident enough to push forward with just the Marine Marauder tank comp that he has. All right, Solar's going to try and attack in. Most of this is engaging off of creeps, so these Banelings not able to get the connections that they need. Also, Blinding Cloud is not going to be as impactful with such a low siege tank army composition here. And man, GuMiho, he might have actually just broken the back of Solar with this move.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty brutal. But again, I mean, resources are kind of tight here on either side. This has not been a game where the Terran has been impregnable. Terran has lost a lot and has mined a lot on the few bases that are still remaining.
Yeah, but the 5th base for GuMiho, or at least the most center base, I should say, the one on the left, has a lot of minerals still left to be mined. I think it actually is a full mining base should GuMiho saturate that. So there is a lot of potential for him to get his economy back online without too much issue. And Solar can't really stop that. It's too deep in the Terran base. The defensive setup is too strong. And meanwhile, on Solar's side of the map, he is really struggling to secure 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock. These hatcheries just continuously keep getting taken out because GuMiho, not only does he have this defensive backbone on his side of the map, but he's being very mobile and very proactive with these small groups of bio units continuing to batter away at these hatcheries. And he's even scanning bases to get a better idea of what the economy is at for Solar. And Solar now, he's retaking pretty much every expansion that he can. I mean, these mules are just so
this
huge.
is crazy. He's going to soak up so many resources here.
And it's going to go up to 4K minerals a minute.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, we're going to hit 5K. I feel like I'm watching like the stock market. Just like something's just like ballooning right now. That's the Terran economy, man.
And it doesn't look like Zerg's going to have time to try to get in there and do any damage.
Yeah, and Solar, he is able to quote-unquote secure these bases. The top left, this position right here, close to GuMiho, and also in the bottom right at 6 o'clock, but he's not actually really able to mine from them. I mean, they're just so precariously close to the Terran position that it's very hard to actually get into a comfortable spot where you can mine from these as Zerg.
We are getting that spike up where both sides are going to max out again.
Yeah, but this time it's GuMiho with a bank.
Oh
I think
God.
that's the story.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
I mean, he can remax on a good number of Marines and Marauders, or Marines and Ghost, depending on how he decides to go with this one. All right, Solar's going to come in once again. GuMiho just with a big liftoff here. Nice subducts on the siege tanks do dampen the position a little bit, but there just isn't enough power here for Solar to actually break through.
Yeah, I can see he's trying to like loosen this spot up so he can just kind of, you know, rest assured that base is going to be okay. Terran can't just kind of siege up and push in, but you can see immediately GuMiho kind of resets that. He's got more tanks being deployed over there.
I mean, the snipes are going to come back in on these lurkers, you got to think. Just a Marauder walks up and just slaps it once. As GuMiho's in a really comfortable spot, and Solar has to make something happen. He has pretty much no bank back at home. It's all or nothing right now. Attacking into this position, but there really is no valuable target to be found. And now he's out of position. He's losing another hatchery on the bottom left side of the map. I feel like he's just basically run out of steam.
I think so. I think the exhaust play from Terran is basically paid off here.
I mean, the mining for Zerg has to be so dismal back at home, so Solar's going to come in for one last Hail Mary play here, attacking the bottom left position. Nice blinding clouds on the siege tanks. There isn't too much here for Terran, but you got to think that once the reinforcements come in, even if the orbital does go down, I mean, Terran's going to be in a comfortable spot. I mean, 3,000 minerals in total still in the bank.
I mean, this is wild. I actually think we may see Solar tap out shortly here. It doesn't seem like he's able to get headway anywhere. Zerg is really not mining from anything that's fresh. And can't, I mean, like so many exhaust play games from the Terran, it's basically 12 and 6 that Zerg can never really control. And Terran, who always mines out a little bit later, kind of use that last few rounds of resources to propel them to that victory spot.
It certainly does feel that way. As Solar is making some ground here on this position, but just wait for the reinforcements for GuMiho to come in. And yeah, I think we're about to see GG right now with Solar at 130 supply. The income is dismal. Doesn't even have the minerals to retake this expansion here in the top of the map. And GuMiho, if he recognizes his position, which I think he might sometime soon, even just one push might end it.
Yeah,
but also he doesn't have to do that, frankly. And the
No.
smarter play is just to stay back at home and allow Zerg to continuously attack into you. And these are good engagements here for Solar, but the economy just cannot continue to support this.
Zerg has to trade out too much in each of these fights. I mean, the lurkers are very handy. As many of them as he can keep alive as possible. But, I mean, we're just seeing, you know, it's going to be like, what, a 60 army supply here for Zerg.
It's at 100 army supply right now of GuMiho. And from Solar's perspective, it seems like he's actually gaining ground, and GuMiho might be running out of money, but that is simply not the case. And once these reinforcements come in,
there it is, GG. Man, okay, game 3, go.
It was an intense back and forth match between these two.
I gotta say, GuMiho really impressed me. He had so much patience with that initial push, just having enough of everything that he needed. He didn't overextend. He didn't jump the shark there, and he basically forced Solar up into the top right, which is just a hard spot to control. Then there was that drop in the main. And look, I mean, eventually Solar cleaned it up. It was a very uncomfortable position, but by then, GuMiho had his 4th and soon 5th base up. He was able to run the clock.
Big stretch from GuMiho.
Big stretches, man.
Both these players now only one map win away from booking a ticket. The first ticket to the round of 4 next week. It's an exciting match, a lot on the line. We're gonna get our first Zerg in the top 4 this year.
Yeah,
or is GuMiho gonna be victorious?
The 4th race GuMiho and his weird play style.
He really is the 4th race, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be a Terran, but...
we're going to go to Babylon here for the final map with these two. And after that, we'll have 3 players left in Group A to duke it out for that 2nd spot in the round of 4. Continuing on here, Solar versus GuMiho. And what's been a very different and wild ZVT here. I mean, I don't know if GuMiho is going to go back into mech. Is he going to go for bio? Does he have a 3rd strat? And how exactly is Solar going to play? Time will tell as this game is finally loading up. It looks like we're ready to start this now.
2023 GSL Season 2. Onside Gaming, Solar. GuMiho.
All right. It's all going to come down to this between these two.
Ooh, CC first.
Yep. It's going to be a 3rd build. And it's going to be hatchery first here for Solar. So, I mean, there's no real punish play for that CC first.
No, and I feel like, I mean, TBC is one of the matchups that I don't really specialize in that much, but just looking at this, I always feel a little bit more comfortable with Terran's position going CC first against the hatchery first.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course.
Feels like the tempo in the mid game just gets like 1 beat faster, and oftentimes that's enough to actually just push through and win a game, depending on what style you want to go for. I mean, remains to be seen whether GuMiho is going to play bio. Will he play mech? If he does choose to play Bio, is he going to go for a 2 command center aggressive play? Is he going to go for a fast 3rd CC?
Yeah, you know, you look back at all these TVZs and how close they are, and how it's like Terran, you know, barely doesn't kill that hatchery, or, you know, there's just enough Marines in time to shoot down the last Baneling and they swing the fight. Well, I mean, that CC first can give you that extra boost to make those fights a little bit easier and to make things happen a little bit quicker. Keep in mind that, you know, you need a base to push in order to make that CC first build really work. There are a branch of builds where you go for a super quick 3rd command center as well. I don't like it as much personally, but maybe I'm just kind of stuck in my ways of kind of liking the idea of you get that second base up that fast to just start that push that much quicker.
I think I'm also a fan of the 2-base aggression.
Yeah, I like it.
We never really got to see the reason why that got shifted out of the meta here in Korea, because it seemed to happen out of the GSL. There was just a point where the Terran players decided, okay, this is no longer the best way to play the matchup. We're not even going to attempt it in Code S.
Well, it also seemed like it was kind of this check. Like, wait a minute, how greedy can we get? Because it was so new at the time. Was that a barracks they spotted at the very, very top?
Yeah. GuMiho building a barracks all the way there in the bottom or top left, so being a little bit tricky here. I mean, this is kind of a 2-on-1 in a way.
Yeah, basically, I think he wants to generate the idea of like, well, am I going to go Bio? Am I going to go for a mech play? You won't know yet. And of course, you know, as we've said before, getting the quick command center, I mean, that's just a starting point of a build that can go in many different directions. All the extra command center does is say, I have resources that much faster. And there's many theories on how to play it from there. But, you know, with a guy like GuMiho, if I'm Solar, I'm like, all right, is this some kind of like, are you going to have like another factory soon for Cyclones? I mean, how do you play this? When in reality, it seems like it's going to be much more vanilla.
Yeah, and I think Solar also coming in with that deep scout with the Overlord like that, you're expecting to see a little bit more infrastructure for the Terran. And, you know, he might not have been keyed on into it exactly what is the setup is here for GuMiho, but not seeing that barracks, you got to think as Zerg in that position that something's a little bit off. And if you can't put your finger on exactly what it is against a player like GuMiho, it could be the kind of situation where you start to get a little bit inside your own head and then maybe start second guessing what your tech choices are going to be, what your timings are going to be for unit production, for upgrades. And we'll see now. It seems like Solar with aggression is going to be able to try and find some information, but doesn't glean too much.
So he sees the Hellions, he sees the Marines, or at least he saw some of them. That should give him an idea of what's going on. And we don't have a 3rd CC yet, so it does look like this is angled towards a push, especially with that +1 attack upgrade coming now.
This is very similar to the build we saw from ByuN, I think, in his series against Solar. And I'm trying to remember whether ByuN won. That was game 3, right? So Solar did emerge victorious from that one, but it was a wild game.
Yeah, I think that was the one. I think ByuN was in the bottom right in that game, and I think he messed up in his push somewhere. It seemed like he was going to take it, but then he couldn't.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how this one's going to go for GuMiho. I'm curious about when that command center is going to get thrown down, because you got to think that it's probably inevitable with a player like GuMiho. I mean, if this was ByuN, we've seen games from ByuN even this year where he will just sit and, okay, 3 more barracks. So GuMiho was just going balls to the wall. He's going to be fully aggressive here. Okay, there's the 3rd command center, but still, 5 barracks this early.
It's a late 3rd command center in this game. That's very cool to see.
Aggression is going to be the focus here for GuMiho. And again, just 1 engineering bay, so just focusing on +1 in true weapons. This is something that ByuN did in his match against Solar, but GuMiho with a little bit better of a fallback plan here, going for that 3rd command center. As these Marines should be able to trade out quite efficiently here. Nice angle, actually.
Dude, that is so good.
Yeah.
That actually might be too much. I was kind of watching with my jaw agape, like, are you going to pull away soon? Now, granted, the Marines were picked off. I mean, that's pretty big.
Yeah, this medevac's going to die to the Spore Crawler, too, but that was a very nice trade there for GuMiho.
That was wild.
At least cost efficient with the Lings, and was able to get a good number of drones there at the 3rd base, plus some idle time in the main base as well.
So that fourth base is starting, although I would imagine the Zerg's third base is going to be where the target's going to be set up at.
Yeah, in Babylon, I feel like it's almost always that third base that players focus on. As more upgrades now coming in. +1 Carapace and Baneling Speed getting researched here for Solar. With actually both upgrades coming in, melee attack as well. Meanwhile, GuMiho very slowly going to be working his way up to +2 infantry weapons and +1 armor. Of course, now only adding in that second engineering bay and armory.
Yeah, nicely done. Doesn't lose anything just there with that. Just kind of keeping the Zerg on his toes. With the reactors up, this is really where the engine of growth is at. That's going to be so many Marines in. A couple rounds of those Marines out, and it's going to be such a headache for the Zerg to deal with. And this is all kind of building into that most important part of the mid game here, as the fourth base is finishing, and the Zerg is trying to take that next step into development.
Yeah, and GuMiho just continues to find these really nice trades. He has +1 infantry weapons to the 0 upgrades right now for Solar, so anytime he can make these small engagements happen with Marines against the Lings and then find his way to lift out of it, it's very good for him. And now Solar going for that Hydralisk Den, his tried and true. We've seen this work for him over the course of this entire GSL, whether it was in the round of 16 or in his round of 8 match against ByuN earlier today. Once Solar gets up to a very heavy Lingbane count with Hydras accompanying, it's very tough to break through as Terran.
This is a funny little harass army. It's like a tank and 4 Marines.
Is that a tank in the medevac? Actually, is it? No.
Yeah, it's the tank in the medevac, like it's part of the squad. But, one thing about GuMiho today, he's really shown he's extremely patient with his army. He doesn't overextend. He doesn't get greedy. It is a bit of the opposite of ByuN here. I was talking earlier as well in the cast that, like, his pushes aren't as good as, like, the rest of the Terrans in Korea. It does look pretty good, actually. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised. I mean, it looks like he's just as good as the rest today.
Coming in from an actually interesting angle, we don't really see this position being the way that the third base is breached here. Usually in TVZ. He's GuMiho with a really wide spread of tanks. I think looking at the mini-map, we have 3 spread across this base here at 6 o'clock.
This is going to be a big surround here. These tanks are pretty exposed. The Marines are very much so stuffed in the back.
Yeah, I think the focus right now is the Marines. The siege tanks are just here to support and take some of the aggro right now. Is the Marines able to trade quite efficiently right now and then lifting all 3 full medevacs into the main base. Now the Queens are able to snipe one of them down with a couple of Marines in it, but the damage continuing to come in right now into the main.
Again, it's why this position is so abusable. The Lings are getting a little bit separated here.
Yeah. And
it's allowing a lot more damage output. The game continues on, but it would seem like Solar is beginning to stabilize here.
Yeah, now GuMiho going for a 4th command center, 3 more barracks on the low ground. Still hasn't fully dislodged GuMiho from this position here at 6 o'clock. So this could become a point of contention in the future, especially now with the creep spread getting thinned out. Not sure whether GuMiho is aware there actually is 1 more creep tumor remaining there on that expansion, but nice denial here on this hatchery. Wow, coming into the main base with almost everything.
I mean, a big drop, but I don't see a whole lot here to try to fight this.
Yeah, Solar's out of position right now, and he doesn't have a lot of lings, so it's going to be slow reinforcing in. I think the lair is going to go down, maybe the spawning pool as well, depending on how quickly Solar's able to react to this.
It seems like he's already accepted that. He's remaking his spawning pool now, but I mean, this is going to be a very tough fight right now for Solar.
Yeah, and GuMiho just pieces out with these medevacs. Coming back again to the top right, we'll try to delay that expansion if he can. Seems like reinforcements from Solar should be able to remove the Marines from this position, but that was a really nice trade there for GuMiho, not only slowing down the expansions, or the mining I should say, of Solar, but also, excuse me, the tech getting reset a little bit with the lair going down as well as the spawning pool.
Yeah, he's starting to snipe those Banes. He picks up and pulls right back out. There's a tank here. Is that the same tank from before?
I think this one moved in from the left side, all the way over here to the right.
Must have.
Oh, wow.
I think we may just be at the tipping point here.
Yeah, GuMiho is playing this so well right now. Nice split with the Marines, really mitigating the damage coming in from these Banelings. The siege tanks just absolutely shred the Hydras on the bottom line, and Solar, he might be able to clean this up, but the damage, it feels like it's too much. Reinforcements coming in, Tasteless, 60 army supply to 36.
Beautifully done here, and it looks like Solar is going to fall. Of all the players to get out first today, GuMiho is the survivor.
Wow. I mean, GuMiho coming into today, we knew that he's been in very good form. We saw him, you know, succeed at ESL Summer Masters and all throughout GSL. Season 2, he's been playing out of his mind, but taking down Maru and now on the doorstep of knocking Solar out as well. It's just pretty incredible play we're seeing out of him.
I mean, did we see him trying to? Yeah, that's going to be it. I was going to say, like, I'm trying to figure out how to play-by-play this. It's already over. GG, GuMiho does it. Wow.
Well deserved, too. I mean, this has been a fantastic day from GuMiho.
This is really something else, man. I mean, GuMiho played so well. We're going to go to an interview with him momentarily here and see how he's feeling. But what a set of games from him. I mean, he blew this group out of the water.
Yeah, this has just been a clinic. In TBT, the killer in streak there against Maru in game number 1. And game number 2, he played such a creative late game mech versus mech.
Yeah.
With some really clever plays. And then coming back from an 0-1 deficit against Solar, he was on match point basically the entire series, kept his cool, and came out with a different build every single time.
Yeah, I mean, what a range of play. What an exhausting exit into the round of 4. I mean, he had to really, like that game against Maru, where it was just, you know, Sky Terran versus Sky Terran, and he kind of knew the answer. He knew, okay, get a couple tanks, take your SCVs, push into the main, and take out Maru's infrastructure. Phenomenal stuff, showing mech play, but also bio play at the highest level against one of the best Zergs in the whole world, Solar.
In both matchups, TBT and TVZ, he is going both bio and mech. I mean, seems like he has the widest range of any Terran in the GSL right now.
That does seem to be the case. I think you're 100% right about that. And now this means Solar is going to go to the final match. We're going to have a TVT coming up in just a little bit here. That's going to be ByuN versus Maru. Again, Maru probably the favorite, but who knows? ByuN, sometimes he could really pull through. And now we go to the interview with GuMiho. Congratulations, he says thank you. What a tough series this was for you. What was going on in your mind when you found out all the trains to Seoul were canceled and you had no way to get to Seoul? When I got to the train station, there were so many people waiting. All these announcements were happening saying this train's delayed and that train's delayed. So I was scrambling to find any train I could take that would get me close to Seoul. And when I saw even that train was canceled, I thought, oh gosh, is this the end of my run for GSL? I took photos, provided my proof. And I'm very grateful I was able to continue to participate even though I'm playing from home. He went against Maru. Maru said he couldn't quite figure out how he lost that game. They're referencing the Viking battlecruiser game.
근데 이게 유일하게 약간 빈틈 같은 공간이 하나 있었잖아요. 바이킹이 그냥 지나갈 수 있는 공간이. 그리고 제 SCB가 한 당시에
Maru was very focused on most of the details throughout that game.
그래서 그러니까 그 상황이 되면은 약간 본진에 털을 치러질까 봐.
I had my SCVs on auto repair.
안 좋은 진영으로 싸운 것 같아요. 조성주 선수. 그리고 오토 리페어도 되게 컸고.
I think once Maru hit me when I had the SCVs repairing the Vikings, it was just really bad for him, and I think that's where I won. Apparently Maru's been rewatching the replay over and over. So you're the only Terran to not make it to semifinals last season. This time you're the first. How do you feel?
결승은 꼭 가고 싶습니다.
야, 원래 지금 조성주 선수 이기는 게 목표라고 했는데 오늘 목표를 이뤘어요.
This time I just really want to make it to the finals.
네, 이왕이면 우승.
Next, or sorry, last interview you said your goal is to beat Maru, and you've done
자,
that.
그럼 끝으로 지금 계속해서
You have another goal now?
팬분들에게도 감사 인사 부탁드리겠습니다.
One goal down, another one set up
오늘
now.
못 가게 돼서
I want to get to the finals.
4강전은 제가
Any words to the
전날 미리
fans?
그 지금처럼 계속 비가 내리면 그 전날 미리 올라가 있을
Sorry,
테니까
everybody who's watching, that I wasn't able to be at the tournament in person.
다시 와주시면 감사하겠고, 그리고 약간 선수들한테도 약간 본의 아니게 좀 미안한 감정이 있어요. 이게 집에서 하는 게 제가 좀 더 유리하다는 걸 부정하기 살짝 힘들거든요.
I also feel sorry for my opponents that I wasn't able to greet them in person.
미안한 마음. 근데 저도 진짜 올라가려고 노력을 많이 올라가려고.
I know playing at home is always a little bit more comfortable.
죄송하고, 그리고 또
So I do feel bad for that.
제가 좀 당황을 많이 했는데 GSL에서 이게 PD님이랑 작가님들이 되게 잘 뭐라 그래 컴다운을 시켜주시는.
I just want to tell everybody I really tried my best to get into Seoul.
네.
Also, thank you for all the staff for helping me and being understanding and letting me continue to compete in my tournament. All right, congrats, GuMiho. I'm glad we were able to kind of remedy that. I guess totally remedy that. And so he'll be going on into the round of 4. Now, the round of 4 is on the same day as the finals. So, I mean, he's already shown he can do a marathon of games here today. He looks like he could be a guy who could win the whole tournament here.
Absolutely,
in good form.
I mean, if he continues to play the way that he did today, I would not be surprised if GuMiho was a GSL champion again this year.
Yeah, I agree. And now we got to see who's going to make it out. I mean, can Maru actually come out on top, or is this just going to be one of these seasons where round of 8 is too tough and he gets flushed out?
I mean, Maru versus ByuN as the losers match for today just kind of shows how insane this group is. I mean, the top of 8 GSL this season is so stacked.
Yeah, it's so
unbelievable.
I mean, people are in such good shape. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back shortly.
I got the numbers, I'm on the lineup, I rock designer. Let's get it. I'm about to shut it down. 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 I'm about to shut it down.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 터킨.
너도 탐세봐 탐세로.
똑같은 하루에서 답답함을 빼면 더 청량해질 거야. 제로처럼. 우리 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 칠성 사이다 제로.
여름이 왔다. 마음껏 청량하자. 청량한 순간에 언제나 칠성 사이다.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 터킨.
Round of 8. Group A. ByuN, Solar, Maru, GuMiho. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live, 2023, GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everyone. GuMiho survives. He comes out on top. He is the first player in the round of 4, which leaves 3 players left, 2 Terrans and a Zerg. Now, Maru, he actually got knocked into the losers match by GuMiho. ByuN had a great series against Solar. I feel like Maru should be able to beat ByuN, but right now I feel like today is nothing but upsets, man.
That's been a lot of upsets, but GuMiho, his form is so good that I'm really not surprised he made it out of this group, let alone in first place. He just seems to have everybody's number in TVT and TVZ this time, but now we're kind of in this interesting situation where we have 2 of the best Terran players of all time, Maru and ByuN, fighting head-to-head in an elimination match. One of them is going home. One of them is going to advance to fight Solar for the chance to make it to the top 4. It should be pretty exciting, and these guys, of course, very good friends, Maru and ByuN, with them laughing and smiling. I'm sure they're chatting a bunch right now.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a flood of chat.
It is a lot of spamming in the chat. I mean, let's see what happens here. I'm kind of stunned that Maru lost, but, you know, this is going to happen from time to time. ByuN does seem to be in very good form. He does overheat, though. Maru a little bit more of a stable Terran, a little bit better at that balancing act. This should be a fun, explosive, back-and-forth TVT. Let's get into this one, guys, to see who gets knocked out first in the round of 8.
GSL Season 2. Onside Gaming, Maru. Shopify Rebellion, ByuN.
Let's see what openings these players decide to go for. Maru, of course, had a shaky opening match against GuMiho, going down 2-0 to open up his games for today. And I think that game he went for, at least in game 1, there was the 2 barracks play with Reapers. I feel like that's not kind of the playstyle you want to go for against somebody like ByuN.
I don't think so.
In fact, actually, this time it's ByuN going for that playstyle, the two Rex Reaper.
Yeah, it's funny. These guys are good friends. They're actually spamming back and forth to each other. No, you go to the round of 4. No, you go to the round of 4. But they've got a long history together. They know each other inside and out.
Even after Maru's matches earlier today, ByuN came over and, consoled him a little bit on stage, and you could tell they were talking about the games and what went wrong, despite the fact that they're going to be playing the same matchup later today against each other in an elimination match, right? So, very close friends, these two. And they should have a very good idea of exactly what their opponent has in terms of strengths, in terms of weaknesses overall in this matchup, which could lead to some pretty interesting situations. We'll see if we find ourselves in any kind of quirky circumstances, because of the metagaming can come when two devoted practice partners and good friends actually meet in a tournament in a high-stakes situation like this one.
It is funny to see ByuN, again, Reapers, a little bit extra early on. And it's going to be Maru here with this first command center. So this should play into ByuN's hand here. I mean, if you're going to get extra Reapers and come in early, you want the command center to be on the low ground. You want to be able to kill that SCV and cause a lot of problems for whether or not that CC is going to finish.
Yeah, only the one Reaper here for Maru, so that SCV is going to try and run away. Should be able to get chased down by these Reapers, and indeed it does. Grenade does nick one of these Reapers, but Hellion is out, and that should anchor the defense here for Maru.
All right, so he's got the 3 now.
More Reapers in production, by the way, a Hellion as well, before starting the command center for ByuN.
Yeah, it seems like he wants to try to build up even more pressure over here at the entrance. But I think this can be matched. I mean, it's a reactor with Reapers and Hellions coming out now. So it's not like he's going to have that much more. If a single Reaper is dropped early on, like exactly like that, I think that this rush is already dead. And now I think Maru's in just like really good shape, although that was pretty sick with that grenade.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this, though, as Maru's able to chase everything down. ByuN clearly not anticipating so many units coming out from Maru, and now ByuN is the one in danger with only 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion on the map. His command center is going on the low ground, and it only just now started. It's about halfway done. So there's potential here for Maru to actually delay the expansion for ByuN should he push this position. And you got to think he's going to. 2 Hellions coming up this ramp.
Oh,
nice
this was
angle for ByuN, though.
Really bad overextension here from Maru. I mean, you got to be ready for ByuN in a position like that. He's going to try to pounce on you. And so it does seem like what ByuN tried to set up kind of backfired over there. Really, Maru, I think, with a better handling and kind of a better build order overall. He did overextend when he tried to do the counterplay. By the way, ByuN's not done. I mean, he's still having units trail across the map. And we're going to see a similar situation where he's going to get intercepted immediately over here.
And the arc's really good for Maru on the high ground. As once these units drip down into the low ground, it becomes a little bit of a better fight here for ByuN, but still, especially with a Cyclone now joining forces here, it's going to be a tough position for ByuN to get too much value out. Spots the medevac. We'll be trying to go to the main base and maybe keep Maru back at home a little bit.
Yeah, the Cyclone comes out here, takes out 1 Reaper, leaving only 3 more left over here. Not getting a ton of kills here. So far, only 2, not even a third. SCV goes down. What a back and forth. But again, ByuN, he seems to be overextending. I mean, that was everything that he had. Yeah, you got to worry about the counterpunch here from Maru after he's done defending all this.
Yeah, ByuN's got very little on the field right now. He's going for stim pack. He's producing Marines 3 at a time and building Cyclones back at home, but there should be a window for Maru to get something done. The question is, will ByuN be able to actually push him back from this natural expansion? I don't believe there's a bunker here at the expansion, and no, there is not. Scary position, especially here with the medevac. I mean, the dropship micro that you can do against a Cyclone is so effective. In fact, don't even need to do it as that Cyclone gets immediately taken out here by the forces of Maru.
Man,
and this is so many SCVs.
The tank is truly tanking here. I mean, so many SCVs are trying to heal this. The Cyclone's still alive. The SCVs are so low. The Reaper's still in the action. Oh my God.
Gonna get lifted up. So 11 SCVs falling for ByuN. On the backside, the Liberator was able to take out 6 of the mining SCVs there for Maru. So worker count still not too much of a discrepancy, but Maru does have that 3rd command center. ByuN still sitting just on 2 CCs. And with Maru also having arguably the better army on the ground right now too, and losing 1,000 less resources overall after all these trades, and the faster engineering base, I mean, everything is looking better for him.
Okay, gamer. Chill out, dude. I saw him kill off that Marine. It's got like no HP. He doesn't send it back to repair. He's like, I can get a little bit more damage out of this, and does exactly that. Damn, Maru.
That's clean play.
That was crazy.
I think importantly, Maru also confirmed there isn't a third command center underway unless it's all the way tucked back in. So he's pretty confident now, or at least he should be, that ByuN is really focusing right now on the aggression.
Okay, so we have medevacs coming out to the north here. There is a cyclone that could intercept this. We got to watch this very carefully. I mean, right now it is ByuN marginally behind, but if you mix a couple more missteps, that could really start to add up.
I think it's 2 siege tanks in this medevac as well, right? Oh, but double cyclone here.
You almost wonder if the cyclone should be a little bit further back.
Yeah, I don't think you could drop this, especially with a medevac there for Maru. Means that you can have a little bit more sustain on vision, really utilize the range on the cyclones. And now Ravens coming in. ByuN doesn't have very much at home to deal with this. There's a lot of energy saved up on these Ravens, so mining time going to be lost here for sure. And a lot of SCVs. Okay. All right, this is the play that ByuN needs to make happen to come back in this game. It's pretty much all or nothing with this drop, but the medevac falling to the missile turret here. Siege tank's going down on the right side. SCV's not pulled just yet. A lot of economic damage being done here to Maru.
The drop is cleaned up.
Yeah. And ByuN did get a lot of damage done, but he lost so many units.
I didn't see that tank under that whole drop the whole time. They pull away, and I'm like, oh my god, he still has a tank there.
That was a good trade economically, because now ByuN actually has the worker lead, which is surprising considering how much more work the Ravens got done on his side of the map. But army supply-wise, about 20 supply lead right now for Maru.
Way down in tanks, too.
Yeah, 1 tank to 3.
You got to wonder if Maru's follow-up push may just topple him.
No Ravens either, and behind on upgrades. So there's a lot of things Maru has going for him tempo-wise that could be, I mean, any one of these things could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Should push come to shove here and Maru go for a push at the third base of ByuN. Those Ravens, yes, they did use a lot of energy dropping turrets at the main base of ByuN, but by the time they move across the map again, there should be enough disables to handle the meager tank count that ByuN's been able to assemble.
Okay, he's going to move in now. Now, again, superior tank out is one thing, but then when you have Ravens to disable, you've got Cyclones to kind of, add even more complexity into the fight. And this is what you're going to get. And this may be, what this entire game has kind of led up to at this point in time is ultimately a Maru victory with that push. GG. Great game, though.
Yeah,
I mean, what an action-packed back-and-forth game. You've got to love to see it.
Yeah, a lot of fighting, a lot of back-and-forth action, but ByuN overextending a couple of times there, and Maru, despite playing a much more macro-focused play, his third command center is faster, his engineering bays are way faster, he was still able to handle the defense back at home and still get damage done on ByuN's side of the map, and when all those things go right for you, eventually you are able to just push that advantage and straight up end the game as Maru did.
Yeah, it was a cool back and forth. ByuN, he overheats. He gets a little bit too aggro. I think he's one of those players, he looks like a genius when it works, but you look a little bit foolish when it doesn't. And Maru, I think, a little bit more patient, a little bit more calculated, kind of knows when to sidestep these and when to fully parry them. And here we are. We're going to go into game 2. Maru right now with a 1-0 lead.
2023 GSL Season 2. On-side gaming, Maru. Shopify Rebellion, ByuN.
Truly a great set of games we've had today, and I don't think it's going to stop. ByuN going for a proxy Rex, it looks like.
Is there a second SCV? No, I guess he's just going to send all the way out. Yeah, yeah. I'm like, it also is Maru Zerg. It's like, no, tasteless.
Hope the overboard doesn't spot the proxy rack
like,
tasteless.
What are we talking about? So here he goes. He's going to put that up here. And, you know, one thing about Maru is that historically he proxy racks more than anybody. So I always feel like when you're the guy that cheeses the most, you also get to be best against the cheese because you know how it loses, what that looks like.
He has a lot of experience with this. Really, any kind of championship level Terran is going to be so good at proxy barracks, and it's kind of one of those situations where they have a ton of experience and can just leverage that knowledge in game. But Maru, you know, he's going to scout the main base of ByuN, and he probably won't have that exact tell that this is coming in. We'll see. He actually is going to sacrifice the SCV coming into the main base, so. You should have an inkling, you know, especially seeing that there isn't any factory behind this, there isn't like another command center. Those resources had to go somewhere, so of course it's going to be into another barracks. So at this point, Maru should know what is coming, especially scouting the double gas. Right. Something is proxied on the map. And Maru behind this back at home, he's playing very safe. He's not going for a command center, not even one on the high ground. He's just building a factory. And it looks like he might be sending another scouting SCV. I'm curious whether this SCV is actually going to scout or if he's going to go for a low ground CC. A low ground CC would be very brave.
So ByuN's basically doing the same build from the last game, but with a little bit of a twist. And the fact that he's hidden this, I mean, you might be thinking, like, is there a factory on the map? You know, is there maybe a star? So you're guessing a little bit more. But if you show the two Reapers now, then you would know. It's the same idea. So the question I'm asking myself is, okay, when do you show the Reapers?
I think you got to build up that count a little bit more here for ByuN. You might wait till 5, but with the Hellion scouting these two Reapers, the element of surprise is pretty much gone for ByuN. And with how safe that Maru's played, you know, the Hellion with the Reapers synergizes so well. And okay, ByuN's just going to come up here into the main base. Should be able to get the SCV building the command center at least, but chooses not to prioritize it at first.
Yeah, well, he went halfsies on it. He he decided to damage him, and therefore you leave, you know, a bruised Hellion, a bruised SCV, which in exchanges like this is really bad. You're going for kills always.
Yeah, and Maru's just playing this really smart. I think maybe even a little bit of metagaming coming in, knowing that ByuN is favoring the strategy here in TBT, because both Game 1 and Game 2, Maru opting to play very safe. You know, barracks in a factory before throwing that in the command center on the high ground means that these Reaper plays, even when one of the barracks is proxied, they can't get very much done. And so now Maru's going to have the much faster expansion than ByuN, even though it's on the high ground. It's got a little bit faster tech too, with ByuN only just now throwing down that starport. It's about, I guess, 3/4 of the way completed, but Maru's just really filling out his tech tree. He's very safe back at home.
Okay, so that CC's going to land. And you know, we're going to get to this game where we want to kind of watch each of these interactions and how they square off. ByuN does seem to be kind of having some of these ByuN moments where he's just a little bit too aggro. He's a little bit too greedy. And Maru just calculated enough. Really good angle there.
Yeah, ByuN's sleeping a little bit on these Reapers.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see that Maru's able to find these opportunities. And you know, this adds up. I mean, the last game, it might have looked like it was very close, and then suddenly you see this push come out, and it's like, oh, yeah, I guess, really, he lost everything.
Yeah, and behind all of that, keep in mind, last game, Maru kept going one up on ByuN. He would expand a little bit more quickly. He would get the engineering base a lot faster than his opponent. He would tech more quickly and get higher tech units overall. Keep in mind, he went for those double Ravens in that previous game, and so if you're able to do those things and also manage your defense, or at least manage your defense to the point where you can do counter damage on your opponent's side of the map as Maru did in game number 1, that's just going to be a winning formula for you, especially in a mirror. And now with the section link, oh, okay. For a moment I thought both Cyclones might get away. Not a bad trade there for ByuN. A lot of damage on those units, but he is able to get the siege tank.
And again, you know, another, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, another exchange there. Not bad. But this game, again, Maru just going to try to get that third base up as quick as possible. We don't have any kind of a third CC here just yet.
That's kind of reminding me of the
ByuN
previous game of ByuN versus Maru, with Maru just being a little bit ahead, whether it be in tech, whether it be in expansions.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they really are kind of falling into their roles, aren't they? You know, ByuN is trying to be aggressive, trying to come out and do something. Now, on paper, I mean, if you're two base powering and the other guy is going to go for a third command center earlier, I mean, that can work. There should be some kind of defensive imbalance there where maybe you can come in there and try to penetrate that position and win.
Yeah, I feel like the window is going to be closing very soon here for ByuN, so he has to get the ball rolling quite quickly. And maybe this 3 medevac drop will be, I say that, we get a shot of Maru's main base with 2 siege tanks in a good position. I think ByuN is still going to go for it, but I wouldn't be surprised, especially with a Raven, if Maru is just able to, parry this attack once it comes to the main base with not too much damage. Keep in mind, third command center is done here for Maru. He's building SCVs out of that. He's getting his 1-1 upgrades. No engineering base even on the field, I think, for ByuN. All right, here comes the drop. One of these tanks not even sieged yet.
Yeah, a bit of a misclick there. 13 SCVs are killed, that's big, but when you got 3 CCs, you can remake those pretty fast.
And he's going to have 1-1 very soon.
Yeah.
No upgrades here on ByuN.
And it may be a tale of ByuN kind of investing too much in the next couple minutes when it should have been a little bit further along here, because I think Maru is going to have a lot of recourse. Now,
oh wow.
That being said, I mean, ByuN still could set up a pin. Anytime Maru tries to leave, maybe ByuN can then dive in, but Maru sends out a drop of his own.
Yeah, and ByuN's also not really playing the air superiority game. He's going for mobility, he's making a lot of medevacs, and oh my goodness, Woodman's going to get a nice hit on these medevacs, so they're already quite damaged coming into the natural expansion. This Raven also max energy here with Maru's army. Siege tank shelling down this position. Oh, the medevacs come back from the drop. Double disable on the siege tanks on the ramp.
Wow.
They are quickly dispatched. The Cyclone goes down as well. And Maru is slowly cleaning this one up. I mean, the supplies, they might be very even, but ByuN had so much invested in this attack. Behind this, I mean, Maru, he might be a little bit behind in workers, but now he's ahead in army, he's ahead in upgrades, and it's kind of like a flashback to game number 1.
It
He's
really
got
is.
all these advantages, ByuN overextended, and now I think Maru can just push and win.
I think it's going to end exactly like game 1.
Oh no, barely skirting disaster here is ByuN. He has to play perfect from here on out to try and hold this one off.
Yeah, in pursuit is Maru, who's going to get right up over here. I don't see any tanks to defend. There's one coming in now. But yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? You hemorrhage that many units in attacks that Maru survives. This is what happens.
Yeah, Maru, despite playing the more greedy game on his side of the map, able to defend quite well. And then once ByuN overextends, he is not one to miss the chance and push the advantage. Coming now into the natural expansion. ByuN might be able to hold on for a little bit here with these Liberators and the Siege Tank. That is a tough position to breach with a composition that Maru has, but I mean, the tempo has already been lost here for ByuN.
Yeah, Maru's going to try to push it even further. He's going to topple these Liberators. The SCVs are pulled, and they're just cannon fodder here. I think that may be the beginning of the end here, as we're going to see Maru 2-0 ByuN and ultimately go up against Solar in that final match of the evening.
Yeah, really entertaining games, but Maru's defense just immaculate, both in game number 1 and game number 2, and he did it behind enough greed that, once that defense is complete, he's able to turn the game around and just go into killer mode. And ByuN's gonna be the first player eliminated from this group.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, ByuN, look, we see ByuN overheat sometimes. I do think this is kind of the difference between a Maru and a ByuN, right? ByuN is so deadly, but Maru is so composed in these early attacks and sort of knows that balancing act, knows exactly when to engage, when to pull away, when to be patient. And there you go. I mean, ByuN comes at him too hard and dies out. The final match of the evening is going to be Maru versus Solar to see if we're going to get another Terran in the Final Four or our first Zerg. Don't go away.
to come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'm cold right through my bones. I can tell which headlights are yours. They follow me until I'm begging you to walk right through the door. How do you sleep at night? Tell me what to do, 'cause you mess my head up. Now I feel what I feared was true. All these problems are just hand-me-downs. Trying to keep on living in this same old town. The night you say you'll make this easy now. It's just every day. I just want you to come home. 'Cause when you're away, I'm cold right through my bones. I can tell which headlights are yours. They follow me until I'm begging you to walk right through the door. Slipping through our fingers, there's nothing we can do. It's dark every hour, still I choose you. I choose I choose
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 토킹.
새로운 걸 참해봐 짜릿한 걸 참할수록 더 새로운 날이 온다 시작해 짜릿하게 참해봐 시작해 색다르게 참해봐 매일 참해봐 새로운 날을 시작은 채로 짜릿함을 탐해 매일 새로움을 탐해 너도 탐세봐 탐세로
똑같은 하루에서 답답함을 빼면 더 청량해질 거야. 제로처럼. 우리 없어도 되는 건 빼고 살자. 칠성사이다 제로.
여름이 왔다. 마음껏 청량하자. 청량한 순간에 언제나 칠성사이다.
우주급 텐션 최고의 토킹 핫식스 토킹.
Round of 8, Group A. ByuN, Solar, Maru, GuMiho. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2023 GSL Season 2.
Welcome back. That was a short TBT.
I think both games under 10 minutes.
Very, very fast games. And so ByuN falls out. I think ByuN, he can hang with some of the best, but Maru just, you know, he knows ByuN in and out. He knows the kind of play. Maybe 10% more conservatively than he normally does, play a little bit safer, and basically let ByuN feed into him. And so, yeah, I mean, that's it. ByuN falls. I would have liked to see him get further along here, but we've got Maru versus Solar now. Now, Solar, I got to say, he's had a very exhausting day. He's had some long-ass TVZs here. Maru, you know, he died out to GuMiho. There was that one long TVT, and then he beat ByuN very fast. I don't always bring up stamina, but these two players have had two very different journeys to get to the final match here for Group A.
Yeah, Maru having a little bit of a breather while his opponents played, and then, you know, such a quick series against ByuN has to be a good feeling. A lot of momentum coming into this match, whereas Solar, as you said, you know, two series, both going distance, 2-1, very closely matched. You know, Maru, he was watching those games too. I mean, they're happening right now, so you got to see Solar kind of dissect these Terran players when you won. You got to see Solar falter when he lost. Probably has a little bit of a better idea of what his approach should be against Solar now in this series.
And Maru, a very different Terran from GuMiho, a very different Terran from ByuN. I mean, this is really the ultimate test here for Solar and his ability in the matchup ZVT. Let's see how he does.
2023 GSL Season 2. Onside Gaming, Maru. Onside Gaming, Solar.
So we've got a wall-in down here at the bottom. Getting vibes of ByuN, but I don't think this is going to be a ByuN. Oh, hold on.
Hey, there's the gas.
Is there a second Rax? Did Maru let ByuN play instead of him after he beat him?
Did he learn?
Is
he
it
defeats him and now he absorbs his powers.
He absorbs his power, he absorbs his abilities. He's like, now you've unlocked the 2 Rax Reaper expand.
Just gonna be a 1 Rax expansion here for Maru, most likely. So we're playing really safe. Hatch pull gas. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Welcome to the studio, fellas. So good to have you here.
Staying late into the night. No doubt spamming in Twitch chat. He's spamming in the chat right now.
I told you GuMiho was going to advance in first place. I told you.
He's flaming someone else in the chat. So this is not the same build, by the way.
Nah, just a 1-Rax expansion. Looks like it'll be a factory right behind this too, so not even going to be a 2-on-1 based on all the gas that Maru has banked up. And this means a little bit less map control here for Maru. And actually should be able to get this Overlord as well.
Yeah,
that's a nice
smart
pick. I mean, this is more than Terrans generally get from a Reaper, right? So
yeah. No, oh, okay.
There's always going to be an angle for this one.
No, he knows the exact pixel, man, where nothing can reach it.
It's plant fertilizer now.
If the Overlord even breathes too heavily and its sides go too far out, it could shut. It's crazy.
It affects the range.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, a very different type of game here from anything that Solar's played already. You know, not the Reapers hunting the drones, or the weird mech style that, you know, I think GuMiho pretty masterfully disguised in the first game. Instead, you know, it's Maru kind of, in my head, I always say single player. Like, he's just really trying to get ahead in his own build. He's doing, you know, the bare minimum to defend. He's trying to get all the tech up and upgrades up and really get some muscle out there. It's so different from ByuN, who just likes to kind of be active with you and engage with you and get his units out right away and try to make solutions and be creative and get ahead or get kills or scout or whatever. Maru very much like, I'm going to have a little tactic to get your Overlord, and then I'm not playing with you until I'm ready.
Yeah, just a little bit of harassment prepared here for Maru, and beyond that, probably going to play the game pretty much as you described. As he is one of those Terran players that knows that success lies within Tasteless. He's very introspective like that. He's going to focus on his own gameplay, focus on his macro, and when he moves out on the map, you know, being Maru and being so on point with his macro generally just has a little bit more than your average Terran. And, you know, should you be able to survive the mid game here as Solar, it also becomes an increasingly difficult problem for you given how talented Maru is. Easily the best in the world at navigating late game TVZ.
Yeah, well, he was the first guy that really showed that, like, it's actually not a problem, guys. Terran have a solution. Maybe I'm the only one that can do it, but you can play. And he was the guy that was, like, basically proving, okay, well, Zerg's not totally busted. You just got to know how to outlast him. Now, this is an unusual move out. Stim, no medevacs, but also a Banshee with Cloak. By the way, good block to keep the Ling inside, but this is interesting. You know, anytime you're on the map and you don't have medevacs, but you have, like, Stim Marines, you're kind of playing with fire. Now, in this game, he didn't actually commit across the map, but instead that Banshee's going to come out.
Yeah, I think he was moving around the timing that the medevacs would come out to make Solar think it's going to be a 16 Marine with 2 medevac push and try and get some damage done. And maybe because this went unscouted, he would be able to get a lot of damage done, either in the main base or the natural.
I
Solar,
think you nailed it, State. 100%. That's exactly what he wanted to do.
But Solar did have a Spore Crawler ready there in the main base. None here at the natural expansion, so there's a lot of lost mining time. Transfuse is actually coming in on these drones, so only 4 in total are going to go down. And there is a Spore here at the 3rd as well. Solar, in a number of his games, you know, both in the round of 16 and here in the round of 8, especially, I think it was on the same map on Babylon, whenever he goes against something like this and he's not sure there's going to be Cloak, he always skips the Spore Crawler of the natural expansion. So I wonder, you know, should Solar advance today, whether players will start to abuse that a little bit against him, because if I'm a Terran, I see those 2 games, you know, that's a pattern now, right? I'm just going to beeline the Banshee into that net and see if I can get some kills.
The drop's going to come in later on, and we'll see how ready the Zerg is. Solar needs to be prepared here. Nice kind of sliding unload.
Oh, that's a great position.
You get wedged in those minerals, man. It's a problem.
Oh, this is going to be such a favorable trading for Maru. Oh, Solar's in a lot of trouble, Tasteless. Marduk. As Solar
the Babylonian god.
So much damage. Okay, thank goodness for Solar he was able to kill one of those medevacs there, because if Maru got out basically scot-free, that would have been a disaster for him. I mean, Solar lost a lot of mining time. 4 more drones went down. A lot of the Ling count basically got reset with what a horrible engagement that was there within the mineral lines. Is, you know, Solar just really didn't have enough when push came to shove, and Maru even fighting more damage here, gets a cancel on what would have been the triangle 3rd. Kills the Overlord as well.
That was kind of remarkable.
Yeah,
the way he got in there, and it just did so much damage. I think that this, if the medevac was not killed, it could be much worse, but let's see what this push can do. This is actually not going to be that easy for Solar.
Yeah, +1 infantry weapons is done for Maru. Bailing speed about to finish here for Solar, but not all the Bailings. Actually, no, hold that thought. 13 of them on the map. That is a good amount.
You notice how he just swapped the medevacs out, by the way?
Yeah. Low HP goes in the back. Solar might be gunning for another counterattack with this.
It looks like it's that, or he's going to try to intercept. I've seen him do this before. It seems like you basically like stay out on the map. If they're kind of slow dripping units across the map, you hit it. If not, you just use it to sandwich. But Maru's also set up to not have to deal with that, or a counterattack for that matter. Yeah, see, he's completely ready.
Yeah, Solar's just going to poke up the ramp, and Maru's smart. You see this tactic, and
like
he might get a couple of queens there. There's two that are very low with almost no transfuse energy available. Any queen picks are just money in the bank here for Maru.
And I mean, from here, this little outpost push, it's still not being killed. The tanks are so perfectly placed, it seems like the queens actually can't reach them if they run up there.
Yeah, more queens went down as well. Queen count all the way down to 6 now. And that's says a lot considering Solar has been producing them. Even he's making 4 queens at a time at this moment. Maru just being so cost efficient. Finally, +1 carapace is done here for Solar, but this base so bruised from that Banshee means those drones are not going to be able to mine as efficiently as they want. Have to go back to the 3rd base here as the main base already halfway mined out for Zerg. And Maru just feels like he has so much momentum. Solar has to do something to start to whittle away at this. He does get a nice surround here on the siege tank, so those will be cleaned up, but 16 Marines escaping without too much harm, and this position still hasn't been broken yet. Oh, that medevac's so low. I mean, both those medevacs are 1 HP.
Something tells me this should not have been here for this long.
Yeah, for
I mean,
sure.
that is gotten so much value.
I mean, at this point, if I'm Maru, I'm just going to pack up and go home. Those medevacs are so low on HP. You know that you're kind of on a timer.
Well, I think he knows the hatchery down here, he's killed it once. He could just keep hitting this because of that little outpost there. It's like, well,
that's true.
You actually would play that expecting that to eventually have been killed off.
Yeah, that is a very good point. The medevacs just get barely enough vision. And Solar just hasn't really been able to commit the forces to actually try and break this. That's crazy. Maru's swinging so far ahead.
So bad.
That's a disaster.
It's so bad, man. That's brutal.
Hydralist and now under construction, but Solar, he's at a 3-base economy against. Oh, excuse me. Bailings and Lings now coming in. Really nice surround on those 3 tanks, but off creep they cannot contest these Marines, which means this bottom left base, unless that creep spread somehow miraculously gets revitalized here, you got to think Maru is going to be knocking on that door yet again. The siege tanks in the back now tasteless.
I know. He's been retired now. He's done enough.
Yeah.
Put him out there. Put him out to pasture.
Reassign.
All right. Even better.
They start shelling those little, what are they? Are they pig people? It's like pink teddy bears almost.
Yeah. The piglets or whatever. Another drop comes into the main. I don't know, man. This game has become obscure enough. I actually think Solar might just die out in kind of a weird way.
Oh, I absolutely think that's where this game is heading. He's been at a 3-base economy against a 3-base Terran for way too long. And Maru's been so cost efficient behind all of it. He should get another medevac. Yeah, it's a big one too. But this base, once again, is going to get taken out. 2-2 is underway here for Maru, about 75% completion. So that paired up with vehicle weapons, once Maru finally gets his whole army together, which, might I add, is about 10 supply ahead of Solar, despite trading out all these units for, you know, hatchery kills and drone kills. I feel like Solar's in a big pickle. I mean, the queen count has to be so low, too.
It looks like he wants to counterattack. I don't know if it's going to work.
There's just too much. I mean, 3 siege tanks here and all of these Marines, there's no way you're going to be able to push into that off creep.
How long have these tanks been here? I have to remind myself it's the same tanks from the original push.
I was completely wrong about this. Like I said, I would have packed them up and sent them home. That's why I'm not Maru. Like, Maru recognized that this is such an actual problem for Zerg to dislodge, and now finally Solar's going to come in. He had to wait for Hydras, but this is not going to be cost efficient. And it takes basically a force field there, just blocking all the units out. Oh no, the Hydra's coming off creep to try and intercept that siege tank. They get it, but now they're caught off guard. I think this might be it, Tasteless.
It feels like it.
More reinforcements are coming in for Solar, but these Hydras are doomed.
Execution.
The army supplies right now double in favor of Maru.
GG.
Wow. That was a brilliant TVZ.
That was crazy. I mean, I can't believe how well that went. I gotta sneeze, you talk.
Oh, that's what you were doing? I saw you, I was like, Tasteless, it was impressive, but.
I'm trying to look in the light. You look like I'm having some kind of emotional moment. I'm like, the tanks were there for so long.
Staring up the ceiling.
I'm trying to look into the stage light to try to make my pupils dilate so I sneeze, and now it's gone.
I thought you were like that character from Queen's Gambit, just trying to like move all these Zerg pieces. Like, how do I dislodge the siege tanks from the mineral line? What could Solar have done?
Oh my gosh.
That fantastic game from Maru. I mean, that was his domination from start to finish, and it was very incremental too. It felt like it was truly chip damage. There was never one fell swoop up until the end that actually swept the rug out from Solar. It was just the fourth base continuously getting denied. All of these small favorable trades going for Maru from the very beginning, starting with a double drop in the main mineral line and then just building momentum from there. Maru looks really scary in TVZ right now, man.
He does. He did seem to have a very good build as well. A good setup. He got in there, killed those drones. He got that Overlord even before that. He got those tanks in there, and from there he kind of ran away with the show. I think, you know, Zerg has to come up with a solution. It did seem like Maru had like the magic spot on the map where the tanks can't be hit. And also by Queens easily, and can't be surrounded either by Lings. And he did that all before the Baneling's nest was up, and from there he was able to strike the bottom spot over and over and over.
Yeah, Maru just showing relentless aggression. We'll see if Solar can keep up. Match point now in round of 8, Group A, final match. One of these players booking the second ticket to the semifinals. Feels like we might have two Terrans again, Tasteless.
Bring it on. It's what we dreamed. The dream is real, guys. All right, let's go.
2023 GSL Season 2. On-site gaming, Maru. On-site gaming, Solar.
Thought for a moment we're getting proxy racks, but
nope.
Maru just taking a page out of ByuN's book here.
Yeah, gonna go with a racks on the low ground. Here we've got hatchery first as well from Solar. That was a bit of a humiliating game for Solar. I feel like normally Solar is one of the Zergs who's actually so good at kind of staying on top of everything and being very hard to kind of topple. But in that game, I mean, that was brutal. And I don't know if I should chalk it up to exhaustion. I did kind of mention earlier, I mean, these are really long games he's playing here. TVZ.
Yeah, 2 series going the full distance, and very competitive series that must have taken a lot out of Solar. And now coming up against Maru, who very well could be the final boss of this matchup.
Yeah.
I want to say, by the way, interesting build coming out of Maru. I mean, it is still like 1 barracks, 1 gas, and an expansion, but the refinery timing was quite cool. I think he waited until he had 16 SCVs on minerals because it went down in like 1 minute and 5 seconds, which is so late. Just really prioritizing the minerals here as Maru makes me think we might see a second barracks in production quite early.
Oh, he did. Okay, he's gonna
maybe
find
I'm
this.
Getting ahead of myself, but
no, I think you're probably right.
It's a cool opening.
It's the same tactic, by the way.
Yeah. He's gonna get it again, and 2 barracks in production, Tasteless.
Ugh. Not like this. This is rough.
Solar's like, wait. The barracks, it moves. Maybe there's a chance. Yeah, 3 racks opening.
When you kill the Overlord, it just kind of turns into old meat and falls down from the sky. You ever notice that?
Mm. Imagine if we got to harvest those resources. The Overlord just dies, you just get to harvest its meat. The food, the third resource. I don't think they would taste very good. They don't look,
well, you need ketchup, but yeah, I mean, probably not.
Probably need more than that, man. Gotta slow cook these things.
So this is a different build, guys.
Yeah, the 3 barracks play here is cool.
Yeah, this is actually kind of, he did unlock all of ByuN's powers.
A little bit.
This is the kind of ByuN move to get the 3 racks out.
I think with a reactor too. Wait, is this double reactor? Is he gonna make 5 Marines? Okay, it's a tech lab in the main base. So 4 Marines at a time, stem tech pack in production. It'll be very delayed tech here for Maru, and this kind of goes back to that delayed refinery where he's just prioritizing minerals above all else with his opening because he really wants to start building these barracks and these Marines as quickly as possible. And luckily for Solar, he's expanding to the 12 o'clock position. He didn't go for the triangle third, which makes this considerably easier to defend because the rush distance from the Terran Natural to that triangle third quite a bit easier to get to rather than that 12 o'clock position. But this is still a push that we saw in GSL, or at least a variant of this style in GSL Code S last season.
Yeah.
That just completely won the game. And I think it was ByuN that did it in Season 1. In Season 2 here, it's Maru doing it in the round of 8.
This is a good map to do it on too, by the way.
Yeah. It's a good time in the series to do it too. I mean, you're up 1-0, it's match point. You don't want, as Solar, you don't want to play too safe because you kind of need the economy to actually scale up with Maru, but also you lost your scouting Overlord. You have no idea what's coming out. Any Lings that you send out, like this one here on the field, you saw 4 Marines, and yeah, they are moving on the map, but Maru did this last game, and he did it with Cloak Banshees. So how do you make the right read? All right, the second Ling comes in, sees a ton of Marines, but there's only 4 Lings on the field right now, Tasteless. Stem Pack and Combat Shields are both going to be done. This is a scary position here for Solar.
That is the Baneling's Nest on screen, right?
I think so, yes.
So that's important too because you can just kill that. And I mean, that also is one way that you just win the game, right?
Yeah, Maru, he has 1 stim. There's no medevacs for this push, no upgrades. Stim comes in, he has to get damaged now. Solar is running away, but there are so many Marines. The Lings just instantly get destroyed. Now Queens falling 1 by 1. 4 of them already dead, the 5th one falling. Baneling's now rolling in, connect with 3 Marines. Beyond that though, the connection's not very good. And Maru, while he will get pushed back, that was a really favorable trade. 24 Marines for 33 Lings, a ton of Queens, resetting the count there for Solar, and behind it, I mean, this is not an all-in. He doesn't have a 3rd command center yet, but he's powering up with more barracks. He's starting siege tank production. He has medevacs underway, +1 infantry weapons. It has begun. Really nice tempo play for Maru to open this one up.
He's so clean with stuff like this. It really is impressive to see. Really, Solar winning that fight because of the 2nd Ling Scout.
Yeah.
Big brain plays. He's like, all right, well, you know, you see one, you don't necessarily know what kind of commitment it is. But again, the follow-up is immediate. And the 3rd command center is non-existent. This is really him trying to lean into this. The objective for the Terran in this build order is to kill this Zerg in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, and with additional barracks being added, the pressure is just going to continue to mount here as now medevacs are on the field. So Maru pivoting over towards the 12 o'clock, the 3rd base here for Solar. Keep in mind that Queen count, not only did it get reset, but the new Queens, as they're spawning, not going to have quite as much energy as Solar would be used to in a situation like this, and Maru just able to work his way in. Yeah, there's only 8 bays. They're not here. They're coming in. I think they're between the natural and the 3rd base right now, those very slow units moving on the mini-map.
Not abandoning his 1 Marine inside the base.
There's just so much bio coming out from Maru, 36 Marines. I mean, anytime you look at the units tab and there's almost a 1-1 ratio of Marines and Lings, you know the Zerg's in a ton of trouble.
Yeah.
We almost have more Marines than Zerglings on the field.
It's kind of wild. He's going to set this tank right up on the steps. He's going to get another tank, I think, just a little bit more in range. He's got the right spread. He's got the stim. Baneling's speed isn't done, and it's not going to be done in time to deal with this attack. Solar needs to figure out, does he sack the base, or does he just try to dive?
Maru is +1 infantry weapons now. That hatchery solo on HP. Solar has to make a decision. Is he going to go for it? And yes, he does. Coming in on both the north and the south. Nice around. Maru picks up. We'll see if the Banelings can connect. There's no speed to be found. So it's really slow for them coming in. All of the Banelings do get picked off. The siege tank count is reset, but Solar able to hold on to the third base for now.
He stims up again. I mean, this hatch is so low. It's going to be really tough to even try to dance back and forth with these queens.
The queens, they have to fight. They don't really have much choice. This third hatchery cannot follow right now for Solar. It's the must-defend position, and now Centrifugal Hooks finally going to finish. Will make this defense a lot easier, but the creep spread has been completely reset. Nice catch by Solar coming in, but Maru is a step ahead with a medevac. Hot pickup right there.
Again, though, this hatchery lives.
Yeah.
For now. It is so low. If there's any sustain on them, he's going to pick it back up. He's like, Bob, you see it, all right. You know my trick. Good interception. Maru being a little loose with the reinforcements, but that also may create an opening, and Solar's going to sack the hatch.
Yeah, he has to go back to the triangle third now, but this is really going to dampen his economy because he's massively oversaturated on that third base as the main base is slowly running out of minerals. Upgrades have equalized with +1 Carapace here for the Zerg, but Terran starting to eclipse Zerg and army supply, and this is a tough position to fight into as Solar Baneling connections are very good there on the front line, but the follow-ups not solid.
You know what? I think Solar can absolutely just last through this.
Yeah, finally able to break out.
I think Maru would have been better off if he backed up and tried to look for another fight. I think trying to push through the top, especially with all the creep on the high ground below you, not a good call. It is still a two-base Terran, by the way.
Yeah, third base only just now landing here.
So it's only just now going to kick in, which means, like, it's pretty good for Maru, but he hasn't finished the job. He needs to keep Zerg on 3 bases or less.
A lot of Banelings rolling in here will be hard to focus down, so Maru just going to lift up. Behind all of this, Maru is going for 2-2 infantry weapons and armor. No +2 upgrades coming in for Solar just yet. He is so committed to just defending this push right now and trying to reestablish and stabilize back at home that he can't afford to go up to a second evolution chamber and get 2-2 upgrades pumping. So there should be a really large window for Maru a couple minutes from now where he's going to have 2-2 upgrades and vehicle weapons, while Solar is going to be slow to catch up. +2 Carapace only just now begun, but +1 melee attack still waiting to be completed. That window will exist.
Okay, another pickup. Into the main he goes. Does seem like Solar should be prepared to deal with this. And medevacs on both sides. It seems like Solar's doing a pretty good job of basically stopping this.
Yeah, Solar's tracking this really well.
Another drop over here at the top. But again, I mean, Solar basically just hyper vigilant. But with the tanks unsieged, it seems like now we're going to have another real push here, another real commitment. That being said, I mean, Solar dealing with most of these drops pretty well.
And I feel like Maru's going to try and find a timing to coincide with 2-2 finishing as well as +1 vehicle weapons because he knows he's going to have that edge over Solar for a considerable amount of time, and it seems like Maru has decided that 12 o'clock position is going to be his focal point. He knows the creep spread there is very dismal because of the earlier push that happened. So now stimming in, able to clear these creep timbers right away. And once again, this will be a tough position for Solar to break out of. And keep in mind, there are those 3 medevacs by the triangle third ready to do some damage. Oh, big counterattack in the cards here for Solar. He's trying to decide whether he wants to sandwich this or go for the counter. All right, 2-2 is done for Terran, but he actually has to evacuate this position. There's just too much Ling and Baneling on the ground. Coming back up to the high ground, we'll try to take down this 5th base. At the triangle third of Zerg, Solar once again pushing him back. Those medevacs pivoting to the main base now.
You know, Solar has really clawed his way back and I think is in a much better position. He's on his 5 bases. These drops seem to be becoming less and less impressive here.
Yeah, if he can survive this window where Maru has 2-2 and Solar is still waiting for those upgrades to kick in, he's going to be really happy, and I think he's getting closer and closer to weathering that storm. But keep in mind, the Marine count is very high here for Maru.
God, Maru, look at that. Just this endless string of units coming out here. This 5th base should fall.
This could be a difficult position for Solar because the army supply for Maru is so high. He only has 14 Banelings right now. And that means that should those Banelings get taken out, there isn't very much damage sustained from Solar against the army for Maru. He really needs really good connections here with these Banes, but it's going to be tough against the staggered force.
I mean, this is such a good push here. Nice blinding clouds. How far back does this chain of defense go?
Able to kite back into reinforcing siege tanks here as Maru is fighting off creep. There aren't too many more Banelings left for Solar, and Maru once again hitting the 3rd base during all of this. It just seems to have so much, and now these Hydras are exposed. They're going to fall on the front line. GG is called, and Maru will join GuMiho as the 2 Terrans to advance from Group A in the round of 8.
That was unreal. I got to say, I thought this was going to be probably like an hour-long best of 3.
Yeah.
Maybe even more. Maybe even like an hour, 15, 20 minutes because of the 2 players that were playing this. Maru made that look like a cakewalk.
Yeah, that final game was very close, but Maru just had enough to finally edge Solar out. And I mean, this was a difficult group from Solar for start to finish. He had an admirable showing against Maru. Let's hear what the winners had to say.
Yeah. Maru gets out 2nd, by the way. That leaves only 2 spots left in the round of 4, which we will be broadcasting for you guys on Thursday, same time, same place. Congratulations, Maru. Thank you. It was a tough series for you tonight. Let's talk about that match against GuMiho. That's where you were knocked into the elimination match. But regardless, you made it to the semifinals 4 consecutive times. How do you feel? Honestly, I thought I was going to get eliminated today. So I'm glad I'm not. The pressure was so impressive. Against ByuN. What a short game that was. Series, sorry. Tell us more about the matches. Though in those matches, I just felt like ByuN's condition wasn't that good, so he went my way.
일단 질문을 이어간다면 내내 이제 좀 리플레이 보면서 아 이걸 왜 졌지 하고 아쉬워했었는데 고병 선수의 인터뷰를 들었을 때 납득이 됐나요? 이해가
So you're constantly watching the matches against GuMiho.
사실 제가 잘했으면
You kept saying you didn't understand how you lost. But after listening to GuMiho's interview, do you feel like you fully understand what happened back there? No, I am definitely still confused. I really thought I was about to close that out until I didn't.
8강 이제 B조의 대결이 이제 다음 목요일에 펼쳐지게 되는데 여기서 만나게 될 상대
We're gonna have the quarterfinals Group B matchup.
그래서 이제 B조에서 1위 차지하게 되면
There's Dark, Hero, Here, and DY. Who are you gonna face?
좋겠다.
Who do you want to face?
전 희망이고 예상은
TY, please. That's my hope, but my prediction, I think it'll be Hero who actually gets out first.
테란들 그럼 준호 김조 선수 올라간 다음에 이제 4테란을 막는 건데요. 네. 그리고 그럼 김조 선수 외에 또 누가 올라갈 거라고 생각하세요?
솔직히 다 잘해가지고 누가 올라와도 안 이상할.
Talking about the last season, sorry, the other group. Who else do you think will make it?
전태양을 포함해서 한 얘기가 맞나요?
So this is a tough group. So whoever makes it, it's not going to be that shocking.
아니라고 말하네요.
예, 알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 이제 이번 시즌도 굉장히 힘든 상황에서 패자전 내려온 상황에서도 승을 따내면서 이제 4강까지 올라오게 됐는데 이번 시즌 목표 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
우리 4강이 목표였는데 이루게 되었습니다.
축하드려요.
After that tough series, you had to go through the elimination matchups.
이제 목표가 없어.
이제 마음
Any words you'd like to say?
마음 비우고 편하게 하면은 솔직히 저번 시즌도 마음 비우고 편하게 해서 우승했거든요.
Well, my goal is to get to semifinals. I've already achieved my goal. But actually, last season, when I didn't really focus on my goals so much, I think I played pretty well. So I think the results will follow that relaxed mindset. Words to the fans? Thank you. Please keep supporting me.
다시 한번 축하드리고 그럼 끝으로 이 조정주 선수를 잡아내기
So I made it to the semis. I'm going to show an even better performance than I did today.
솔직히 열심히 하면
Any words to TY?
잘하는데 열심히 했으면
Who's working so hard at the moment?
네, 다시 한번 축하드리고 4강
TY practices really hard.
축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
I think he can make a big splash. Hope he practices hard enough. All right, well, there you have it, guys. GuMiho and Maru advance. GuMiho, I mean, he's kind of stealing the show here, getting out first like this. The way he's playing, he's showing a real range. He's always had good stamina.
Absolutely, but he didn't even need it today. Just
Didn't even need
2-0, 2 over Maru, 2-1 over Solar. Solar series was fantastic. Maru series, if you missed that one, you got to go back and watch it. I feel like both those games, very different, very dynamic. Highly entertaining TVTs, and now we know our first two semifinalists, GuMiho and Maru. GuMiho will face the second place finisher from Group B on Thursday. Maru will face the first place finisher from that Group B. And it should be a really fun top four. I think Group B, it's hard to predict with Dark, TY, Kira, and Hero. I would be surprised if Kira didn't advance, but I really do think we'll have at least Dark or Hero make it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hero has a real shot. It's been a dark time for the Protosses. I think realistically, Dark and Hero can get out. I mean, Dark looks very good. TY and Kira, TY, I really am not sure how he's going to perform here. He's good, but
yeah, he's a bit of a wild card. You know, we haven't seen much of his gameplay since he's come back from military service, and so for TY coming back and making it all the way to the round of 8 in his first GSL, he wasn't playing in a lot of online cups or anything like that. I don't think he's been streaming his gameplay, so there's a lot of questions to be asked, but he's already here in the top 8. He definitely earned his spot. Remains to be seen how far he can go.
And it's very cool to see him come back and play as well as he is, not just his military service, but being a caster as well. It's nice to see him kind of, after he's succeeded in these other roles, come back and then really deliver. So, I mean, if he gets to the Final Four, that would be insane. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. I think it's the least likely outcome out of all the possible outcomes in the round of 8. But if it happens, man, that would be sick. For me personally, fingers crossed Hero makes it.
Yeah, I think just because I would love to have a more dynamic top 4, I would love if Dark and Hero both advance, but my mind says that Kira is playing very well right now. He looked scary in the round of 16. I think he's advancing in first from that group.
I think so. And Dark, I mean, I don't know. I'm hoping we get a Zerg and we get a Protoss. By the way, if you're going to get a ticket, you do so at this link over here. They go on sale every Friday. And what was I going to say? I had something else I had to say. I forgot it.
I think you want to buy those very quickly for the GSL finals. Those are probably going to sell out quite quickly. Even here for the semifinals, we had a quite packed audience despite the weather over the past couple of weeks.
Despite the fact that it has only rained in Seoul for 2 weeks, it is like it is almost not worth it to like leave your house to walk to a coffee shop and walk back home. Like the delivery drivers, they are rich and wet nowadays. So, but the finals usually do always sell out. So that's all the time we have. We love you guys. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you in 2 days on Thursday for Group B.